There's something ancient and unsettling about the deep woods. We go there to escape, to find peace, but for those who work there, the park rangers, the forest doesn't always offer tranquility. They are the guardians of these vast, wild spaces, the first to arrive and often the last to leave. Tonight, as the summer night closes in, we're going to venture deep into the heart of our national parks. But we're not looking for scenic views. We're sharing stories from the rangers themselves. Chilling encounters and strange events that defy easy explanation. We'll hear about the seasoned forest ranger who found something that wasn't supposed to be there, the unnerving truths behind a missing person case that went cold, and the eerie sounds that echo through the canyons after dark. So, turn down the lights, get comfortable, and prepare yourself. These aren't just campfire tales. These are the true, scary stories from the people who know the woods and its secrets better than anyone. My name is Catherine Pierce. It's a name that feels solid, grounded in history, which is perhaps why I was drawn to my profession. For the past 8 years, I have served as the lead historian and archivist for the Great Smoky Mountains National Park Service. My domain is a climate-controlled, windowless series of rooms in the basement of the Sugarlands Visitor Center, a place that smells perpetually of aging paper, binding glue, and the low, electric hum of dehumidifiers fighting a losing battle against the pervasive Appalachian dampness. My job, in essence, is to be the memory of these mountains, or at least, the memory of the people who have passed through them. I curate the stories, the records, and the artifacts left behind, from faded 19th century land grants to the personal correspondence of the families displaced when the park was formed. I deal in facts, in verifiable timelines and documented events. The spectral, the folkloric, the things that go bump in the night, those are typically relegated to the campfire story circuit for tourists, not the sterile, acid-free boxes that line my shelves. It was a cold, wet Tuesday in late October when the past decided to claw its way into the present. The mountains were shrouded in a thick, chilling fog that clung to the trees like a shroud, turning the vibrant autumn colors into muted, ghostly shapes. I was deep into a project that had become a quiet obsession of mine, digitizing and referencing the park's unsolved cases. We have more than a few. People come to these 800 square miles of wilderness to lose themselves, and sometimes they succeed all too well. But one case always stood out, a wound that never quite healed in the park's collective consciousness, the disappearance of Trenny Gibson. The file, designated MPS 76088, was deceptively thin. Inside, the story unfolded in brittle, yellowed documents. On November 8, 1976, Trenny, a bright, popular 16-year-old from Burden High School in Knoxville, was on a class field trip to Clingman's Dump. There were over 40 students and several chaperones. One moment she was there, walking with her classmates along the paved trail, laughing about something a friend had said. The next, she was gone, vanished. Not just out of sight, but erased from the landscape. The search was one of the most extensive in the park's history. Hundreds of volunteers, park rangers, and law enforcement officers scoured every inch of the rugged terrain. Helicopters buzzed overhead, their searchlights cutting futilely through the dense canopy. Bloodhounds were brought in, but they lost her scent almost immediately, circling in confused agitation right where she was last seen. There were no tracks leading off the trail, no signs of a struggle, no torn clothing. The interviews with her classmates were a study in bewildered contradiction. Some thought they saw her wander towards the woods. Others swore she was right behind them. It was as if the ancient forest had simply opened its mouth and swallowed her whole. The case eventually went cold, leaving behind only a grainy black and white school photograph of a smiling girl with feathered hair and a ghost story whispered among rangers for decades. As a historian, I felt compelled to understand the context of the time and place. This led me down a rabbit hole into the rich, and often dark, folklore of the Cherokee people who had inhabited these mountains for centuries before they were forcibly removed. It was in a dusty, leather-bound anthology of oral traditions, compiled by an anthropologist in the 1920s, that I first encountered her name, Otlonta. The name itself sent a strange, unwelcome shiver down my spine. The translation was even more unsettling, Spearfinger. The legend described a powerful, malevolent entity, a witch or spirit with skin made of stone, making her impervious to any weapon. She was a shapeshifter, most often appearing as a gentle, grandmotherly figure to disarm her chosen victims' children. Her most terrifying feature, the one that gave her the name, was her single stone finger on her right hand. which was as sharp and hard as obsidian. The stories said she would use this finger to pierce the livers of the children she lured away, for human livers were her only sustenance. I read the accounts with academic detachment initially. It was fascinating, a chilling piece of cultural lore, a boogeyman created to keep children from wandering into the dangerous woods. It was a story, nothing more. I made a note in the Trenny Gibson file, a small academic annotation under local cultural context, and tried to move on. But the image of Spearfinger, of that single, sharp finger, lingered in the back of my mind like a splinter. The call came around 3:00 p.m. It was David Miller, a senior law enforcement ranger, a man I knew well. Miller was a career ranger, a man with a face as weathered as the mountains he patrolled. He was pragmatic, unflappable, and not prone to exaggeration. His voice on the phone, however, was tight, strained with something I couldn't quite identify. "Catherine," he said, skipping the usual pleasantries, "I need you to pull any records you have on the Nolan Creek Trail. Specifically, anything unusual. Fatalities, disappearances, strange sightings. Anything." "Of course, David. Is everything all right?" I asked, my fingers already tapping on my keyboard. There was a pause. I could hear the wind howling in the background of his call. "We have a situation. A hiker found a body about 2 miles up the trail. A male, looks to be in his late 30s. An accident?" I asked, though the tone in his voice suggested otherwise. Park fatalities were tragic, but not uncommon. Falls, heart attacks, bare encounters. They were grim realities of this place. "We don't think so," Miller said, his voice dropping lower. "The coroner is on his way, but Cat, this is strange. There's no sign of a struggle, no animal tracks, nothing to explain it. There's just one wound." I stopped typing, a cold dread heavy and suffocating as the fog outside began to seep into my climate-controlled sanctuary.
"One wound, yeah."
A puncture wound, right over the heart. He hesitated again. "It's the cleanest, deepest wound I've ever seen. It's impossibly small, perfectly round. The field medic said it looks like he was stabbed with a surgical instrument, something incredibly thin and razor sharp. But there's nothing out here. No weapon, no footprints besides the victim's. It's like he was standing there 1 second, and the next, this." My blood ran cold. I swiveled in my chair, my eyes landing on the file for MPS 76-088 lying open on my desk. The smiling face of Trenny Gibson stared up at me. Beside it, my notes on Cherokee folklore were visible. A single word seemed to leap off the page, highlighted in my memory as if by a flash of lightning. "Spearfinger." I gripped the phone tighter, my knuckles white, David. I said, my voice barely a whisper. What did the wound look like? Exactly?
"I told you, Cat."
A single deep puncture, like he was poked with a giant steel needle. My breath hitched. My carefully constructed world of facts and evidence began to fracture. The sterile scent of the archive was suddenly replaced by the phantom smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. The stories weren't just stories. The thin file on my desk wasn't just a cold case. It was a prelude. The whispers from the past were becoming a scream in the present, and I was standing right in the path of the echo. The legend of Utlanda wasn't a story to explain a tragedy from the 1970s. It was a warning, and we had failed to listen. The line went dead, but I kept the receiver pressed to my ear, the plastic suddenly slick with sweat. The silence that filled my office was heavier, more profound than before. It was the silence of a tomb. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the low, steady hum of the archives. I slowly placed the phone back in its cradle, my hand trembling so violently that it rattled. My gaze was locked on the Trenny Gibson file. Her smiling face seemed to mock my scientific detachment, my carefully curated world of logic and reason. A ghost story whispered among rangers. A piece of cultural lore. I had categorized the incomprehensible, filed it away under a neat academic label, and in doing so I had been catastrophically, fatally wrong. My training, my entire career, was built on a foundation of evidence, and the evidence, as sparse and as terrifying as it was, pointed to an impossible conclusion. A 16-year-old girl vanishes from a crowded trail in 1976. Decades later, a lone hiker is found dead with a wound that defies modern forensic understanding. The only link between them was a story about a stone-skinned witch who killed with a single, sharp finger. I couldn't stay here. My basement sanctuary had become a cage, the shelves of files pressing in on me. I needed air. I needed to see the sky, even if it was choked with fog. Grabbing my coat and keys, I practically fled the visitor center, ignoring the curious look from the young ranger at the information desk. Outside, the air was cold and bitingly damp, smelling of wet earth and decay. The fog was a living entity, swirling and coiling between the trees, muffling sound and distorting shapes. Every gnarled branch looked like a grasping arm. Every shadow seemed to hide a watching presence. My destination was the Nolan Creek trailhead, but I knew I wouldn't be allowed at the crime scene. I drove instead to the small ranger station near Deep Creek, a place where David Miller would likely set up a temporary command post. The 20-minute drive felt like an eternity. My mind raced, replaying the details of the legend, the facts of the cases, trying to force them into a rational pattern that simply wasn't there. Shapeshifter. The word echoed in my thoughts. She could look like anyone, a kind old woman. Fellow hiker, the friendly face you pass on the trail. How many people had vanished in these mountains without a trace, their cases filed away as lost to the elements? How many were not accidents, but victims? When I arrived at the station, David's truck was parked outside. I found him inside, bent over a topographical map, his face grim in the harsh fluorescent light. He looked up as I entered, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and surprise. "Cat, I didn't expect to see you out here," he said, his voice rough. "You knew I would be," I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. "Tell me everything, David. Everything that's not in an official report yet." He sighed, running a hand over his face. "There's not much more to tell. The coroner, Dr. Evans, just left. He's as baffled as we are. The victim's name is Daniel Blake, 38, an experienced hiker from Asheville. His car is still at the trailhead. Wallet and phone were in his pocket. This wasn't a robbery. And the wound," I pressed. "Evans has never seen anything like it. The entry point is less than a centimeter in diameter, but the internal damage is catastrophic. It pierced straight through his sternum like it was paper and punctured his heart. Evans said the force required would be immense, but there's no corresponding blunt force trauma. No bruising around the wound, nothing. It's like a hot needle through butter." He paused, looking at me intently. "But that's not the strangest part. His liver, it was lacerated badly. Evans said it looked like whatever pierced his chest also raked across his liver. The air left my lungs in a rush. I gripped the edge of the table to steady myself. Human livers were her only sustenance. "David," I began, my voice low and urgent, "we need to talk about Trenny Gibson." He frowned. "The 1976 case. What does that have to do with this?" "Everything. I was researching old Cherokee folklore in connection to her disappearance. There's a legend, David. A story about a creature called Utland, Spearfinger. I told him everything. I told him about the stone skin, the shape-shifting, the single obsidian finger used to pierce her victims. I told him about her diet. As I spoke, I watched his face shift from wary professionalism to guarded skepticism, and finally, to outright disbelief. "Ket, for God's sake." He cut me off, his voice sharp with frustration. "You're a historian. You deal in facts. Now you're coming to me with campfire stories. A man is dead. I'm looking for a murderer, not a monster from a children's story. Don't you see?" I pleaded, my voice rising. "The facts fit the story. The wound, the liver, the lack of evidence. It's all there." Trenny Gibson wasn't a runaway. She was a victim. Just like Daniel Blake. "It's a coincidence," he said, shaking his head, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of uncertainty. "A deeply weird, tragic coincidence. We'll find a logical explanation, a new kind of weapon, a freak event. Anything but this." I knew I couldn't convince him. Not yet. He was a man who needed hard, physical evidence, and all I had was a dead man and a 200-year-old myth. I needed someone who understood that in these mountains, myth and reality were often the same thing. There was only one person I could think of, Samuel Crow. Sam was a respected elder of the eastern band of Cherokee Indians, living over on the Qualla boundary. His grandfather had been one of the primary sources for the very same anthropology book I'd been reading. If anyone knew the truth behind the legend of Otlonda, it would be him. I left David to his maps and his logic and drove towards Cherokee territory. The fog seemed to thicken as I drove east, the world outside my windshield dissolving into a gray void. I found Sam's small, neat house tucked away on a quiet road. He was sitting on his porch, carving a piece of wood, his hands gnarled but steady. He was an old man, with a face like a topographical map of the very mountains around us, and eyes that held a deep, ancient wisdom. He looked up as I approached, his carving knife stilling in his hand. He didn't seem surprised to see me. "You are the historian," he said. It wasn't a question. "You have the look of someone who has spent too long with ghosts." "Mr. Crow," I said, my voice trembling slightly, "I need to ask you about a story. about Utlunta. The change in his demeanor was instantaneous and terrifying. The warmth in his eyes vanished, replaced by a cold, hard fear. He set his carving down with deliberate care and looked out towards the fog-shrouded mountains. "That is not a name to be spoken lightly," he said, his voice a low rumble. "It is a name that calls things from the deep woods." "Why do you seek her?" I told him about Daniel Blake. I described the wound, the lacerated liver. I told him about my research into the Trenny Gibson case. He listened without interruption, his face unreadable. When I finished, a long, heavy silence stretched between us. "She is not a story," he finally said, his gaze meeting mine. "She is a hunger, an ancient hunger. She sleeps for many years, sometimes for the lifetime of a man. But things can wake her. The telling of her story, the digging into her past, it is like ringing a dinner bell. A cold dread, far worse than anything I had felt before, washed over me." "What do you mean?" "You, historian," he said, his voice heavy with a terrible finality. "You have been digging in a place you should have left alone. You have been reading her name, speaking her name, thinking her name. You have put the scent of your curiosity on the wind." He leaned forward, his dark eyes boring into mine. "She knows who you are now. The hunger has been awakened, and she knows your name." He stood up and pointed a trembling, wrinkled finger not towards the Nolan Creek Trail, but back in the direction from which I had come, back towards the heart of the park. "You must be careful," he whispered, and the fog seemed to swirl around his words. "She often appears as a kind old woman, offering help. Do not trust a friendly face in the woods. She is awake, and she is hunting." The drive back from the Qualla boundary was a descent into a personal hell. Samuel Crow's words had not been a comfort or a solution. They were a death sentence delivered on a foggy afternoon. "She knows who you are now. She is hunting." Every pair of headlights that appeared in my rearview mirror sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through my system. Was it her? Could she drive? The question was absurd, but in a world where a stone-skinned witch was real, the rules of logic no longer applied. The fog, once a simple weather phenomenon, was now a predatory accomplice, wrapping itself around my small car, isolating me, hiding the monsters that I now knew walked these roads. The towering trees lining the highway were no longer majestic. They were silent, ancient sentinels watching a hunt they had witnessed countless times before. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were bone. White, I was no longer a historian observing the past. I was a creature of prey, and the scent of my fear felt as thick and cloying as the mist outside. I didn't go home. My small, isolated cabin suddenly seemed less like a sanctuary and more like a trap. There was only one place I could go, one place with the resources I desperately needed: my office. My windowless, climate-controlled box in the basement of the visitor center. It was no longer a cage but a bunker. If a story had put me in this danger, perhaps a deeper story could get me out. I needed to find a weakness, a chink in the creature's stone armor, an overlooked footnote in the annals of folklore that could save my life. The visitor center was quiet when I arrived, the last of the daytime tourists having fled the encroaching dusk and foul weather. The young ranger at the desk gave me a concerned look as I hurried past, my face pale and my eyes wide with a terror he couldn't possibly comprehend. I didn't stop to explain. I locked myself in the archives, the heavy door thudding shut with a sound of grim finality. The familiar smell of old paper was no longer comforting. It was the smell of forgotten warnings and ignored prophecies. With frantic energy, I pulled every book, every manuscript, every folder that mentioned Cherokee lore. I wasn't reading as an academic anymore, coolly analyzing cultural narratives. I was reading as a condemned woman searching for a pardon. My fingers, stained with ink and dust, flew across brittle pages. The stories of Atlanta were numerous, each more horrifying than the last. They spoke of her invulnerability, her cunning, her cruelty. For what felt like hours, I found nothing but confirmation of my doom. Then, in a slim, privately published volume containing transcribed interviews with Cherokee elders from the 1930s, I found it. It was an account from a man named Yonaguska, Samuel Crow's own great-grandfather. He described a time when warriors had tried to kill Spearfinger. Their arrows and spears shattered against her stone skin, but the birds, the tiny cyclily, the chickadees, were her enemies. They pitied the humans she hunted. The legend said that as the warriors despaired, a chickadee flew down and landed on Utlanda's right hand, singing its name, Siki Lili, Psyche Lili. The warriors didn't understand, but one wise medicine man knew the bird was sending a message. Her power, her life, her heart, It was not in her chest. It was hidden in the palm of her right hand, the very hand that held the deadly stone finger. Her greatest weapon was also the secret to her undoing. A sliver of hope, fragile but fierce, pierced through my terror. A weakness. It wasn't much, but it was more than I had moments before. My heart still pounded, but now it was with a desperate, wild plan instead of just pure fear. I had to get out, to tell David, to formulate some kind of defense. I gathered my coat and bag, my hand hovering over the light switch. I took one last look at the smiling photo of Trenny Gibson. "I'm sorry," I whispered to her. "I'm so sorry I didn't understand sooner." I unlocked the archive door and stepped into the darkened hallway. The main lights of the visitor center had been turned off, leaving only the dim glow of emergency lighting. The building was utterly silent. I walked towards the main entrance, my footsteps echoing unnervingly on the polished floor. And that's when I saw her. Standing just inside the glass doors, silhouetted against the swirling gray fog, was a small elderly woman. She was hunched against the cold, wearing a simple cloth coat and a shawl wrapped around her head. She looked frail, lost, and harmless. She turned as I approached, and her face was a roadmap of gentle wrinkles, her eyes soft and pleading. It was the perfect disguise. It was the face from the stories. "Oh, thank goodness," she said, her voice thin and reedy. "I'm so sorry to bother you, dear, but my car seems to have broken down just up the road. My phone has no battery and I'm just so terribly cold. I was hoping I could wait in here until a tow truck comes." My blood turned to ice. She often appears as a kind old woman offering help. Sam's warning screamed in my head. I froze, my hand clutching the strap of my bag. My mind was a battlefield of instinct versus reason. This was a lost old woman, a tourist in trouble. My job, my entire life, had been about helping people understand and navigate this park. But my instincts, now hunned by primal fear, told me I was looking at the face of my killer. I'm sorry, the center is closed," I stammered, taking a step back. "You should call the park's emergency line from the payphone outside." "Oh," I tried, she said, taking a shuffling step towards me. Her smile was kind, but it didn't reach her eyes. Her eyes were ancient and cold. "It's out of order. Please, dear, it's just for a few minutes. I'm so cold." She held out her left hand in a pleading gesture. Her right hand remained tucked deep within the folds of her shawl, hidden from view. My gaze darted past her, through the glass doors to the trees outside. And then I saw it, a single, tiny bird, a chickadee flitting frantically on a low, hanging branch. It chirped in a sharp, agitated rhythm. "Siki Lili, Siki Lili." It was real. It was all real. The woman's smile faltered as she saw where I was looking. The mask of frail kindness dropped, and for a split second, her face contorted with an expression of pure, predatory rage. "You should have helped me," she hissed, and the voice was no longer thin and reedy, but a guttural rasp that scraped the air. In a movement far too fast for any human, her right hand shot out from the shawl. It was not a hand. It was a weapon. Her fingers were gnarled and gray like stone, and from the center of her palm extended a single, glistening black spike of obsidian, a finger hung to a razor-sharp point. There was no time to scream. I acted on pure, desperate instinct. As she lunged, I threw my heavy leather bag, filled with books, at her head. It was a pathetic defense, but it made her flinch, deflecting her aim by a fraction of an inch. The stone finger sliced past my shoulder, tearing through my coat and shirt, scoring a line of fire across my skin. I stumbled back, my eyes scanning the room for a weapon. My gaze landed on a display case against the wall, the park's geology exhibit. Without thinking, I shattered the glass with my elbow, ignoring the searing pain, and grabbed the first thing my hand found. A hefty, jagged piece of smoky quartz, its broken edge as sharp as any knife. The creature was coming at me again, its face now a horrifying, shifting visage of the old woman and something far older and more terrible beneath. It raised its hand for the killing blow, the palm of her hand. I didn't run. I met her charge. As the obsidian finger stabbed towards my heart, I dropped to one knee, ducking under the lethal arc. With all the strength I possessed, I swung the jagged quartz rock upwards, aiming for her open, outstretched palm. The impact was sickening. Not the sound of flesh and bone, but the sound of shattering rock. A high-pitched, unearthly shriek tore through the air as the obsidian finger exploded into 1,000 tiny shards. The creature stared at its hand, at the mangled, stony stump where its weapon had been. The illusion around it flickered and died. For a horrifying moment, I saw its true form, a gaunt, gray being with eyes of burning coal. Before it dissolved into a cloud of black, acrid smoke and vanished into the fog, I was left alone in the silent, wrecked visitor center, kneeling on the floor, clutching a bloody rock, gasping for breath. David Miller found me 20 minutes later. The official story was that I had been attacked by a transient who had broken into the visitor center. The deep scratch on my shoulder was attributed to a knife. The shattered display case and my incoherent babbling about stone, skinned witches were put down to trauma and shock. The case of Daniel Blake was quietly closed, unsolved. I resigned my position a week later. I could no longer be the keeper of the park's memories. I had become one of its ghosts. I moved away from the mountains, but it didn't matter. You can't run from a thing that knows your name. I will forever be the historian who read the wrong story, who rang a dinner bell in the deep woods and came face to face with the hunger that answered. And some nights, when the fog rolls in, I can almost hear the faint, agitated call of a chickadee, and I know that hunger never truly dies, it only sleeps, and it waits. My name is Leo Hayes. For the better part of 2 decades, I have served as a search and rescue team leader with the U.S. Forest Service. It's not a job you choose for the pay or the recognition. It's a calling, a deep-seated need to understand the wilderness and to bring back those it tries to claim. I've spent my adult life navigating the vast, untamed landscapes of the Pacific Northwest, from the dense, rain-soaked forests of the Cascades to the rugged, windswept peaks that scrape the sky. In 20 years, you see things. You develop a sixth sense, an intuition for the rhythm of the forest, the way the light filters through the canopy, the normal sounds of wildlife, the subtle signs of a human presence, where there shouldn't be one. Most of the things I've seen, no matter how strange, have a logical, if unsettling, explanation. I've found hikers delirious from dehydration, telling stories of talking animals and trees that whispered their names. I've tracked lost children who were found miles from their last known position in terrain they couldn't possibly have crossed alone, yet there they were, safe and sound with no memory of their journey. I've stumbled upon strange, ritualistic-looking sights. Circles of stones, animal bones arranged in bizarre patterns that were probably just the work of bored teenagers or eccentrics seeking a connection with nature. The forest is a place of profound solitude, and solitude can do strange things to the human mind. I've always held on to that belief. There's always an explanation, even if you can't see it right away, but there are some things that defy explanation. Some things that feel wrong. Intrinsically, fundamentally wrong, as if the very fabric of reality has been torn and clumsily stitched back together. This is the story of the first time I saw such a thing. It's a story that has since seeped into the dark corners of the internet, becoming a sort of modern folklore, a campfire tale for a new generation. They call them the stairs in the woods, but for me it's not a legend. It's a memory etched into my mind as vividly as the day it happened. It was late summer, the air thick with the smell of pine and damp earth. The season was turning, and you could feel a hint of the coming autumn chill in the morning air. We were on day 3 of a search for a missing hunter. His name was Marcus Thorne, an experienced outdoorsman in his late 40s who, according to his family, knew these woods like the back of his hand. But the wilderness doesn't care about experience. It's impartial in its cruelty. A simple fall, a moment of disorientation, a sudden turn in the weather. That's all it takes. My partner on this search was a man named Sam. He was an old-timer, close to retirement, with a face like a topographical map, every line and crease telling a story of a life lived outdoors. Sam wasn't much of a talker. He communicated in grunts, nods and the occasional, gravelly voiced observation that was always worth listening to. He'd been with the Forest Service longer than I had, and he carried an air of quiet authority. He moved through the woods with a slow, deliberate grace, his eyes constantly scanning, missing nothing. He believed the forest had rules, not the kind written in our field manuals, but older, deeper rules. And he believed in respecting them. We were deep in the backcountry, a good 15 miles from the nearest established trail. The search area was a sprawling expanse of old-growth forest, a place where the trees were so tall and dense they blotted out the sun, leaving the forest floor in a perpetual state of twilight. It was the kind of place where you could walk for days and not see another soul. Our radios were spotty at best, the terrain a nightmare of steep ravines, tangled undergrowth, and fallen logs the size of small cars. On the 3rd day, we found a promising sign, a fresh set of tracks that matched Thorne's boots, leading away from a small makeshift camp. The tracks were heading into an even more remote area, a section of the park that was rarely patrolled. It didn't make sense. Why would an experienced hunter like Thorn push deeper into such unforgiving territory? He's chasing something. Sam had grunted, kneeling to examine a faint impression in the mud, or something's chasing him. The words hung in the still air, unsettling me more than I wanted to admit. We followed the tracks for hours, the forest growing quieter and more oppressive with every step. The usual chatter of birds and squirrels had faded away, replaced by an unnerving silence. The only sound was the crunch of our boots on the forest floor and the whisper of the wind through the high branches. It felt like we were intruders in a place that didn't want us there. We broke through a thicket of ferns into a small, unnaturally perfect clearing. And that's when we saw it. My brain simply couldn't process it at first. It was a cognitive dissonance so profound that, for a moment, I thought I was hallucinating, a victim of the same forest-induced madness I'd seen in others. There, in the dead center of this wild, untouched clearing, was a staircase. It wasn't a rustic, wooden set of steps. It was a pristine, flawlessly constructed staircase that looked as if it had been surgically removed from a 2-story suburban home and dropped into the middle of the wilderness. It was carpeted in a thick, plush, cream-colored shag carpet that was utterly spotless. There wasn't a single leaf, twig, or speck of dirt on it. The wooden balustrade was polished to a high sheen, gleaming softly in the dappled sunlight. The staircase ascended about 15 feet into the air and then just stopped. It led to absolutely nowhere. We stood frozen at the edge of the clearing, staring. My mind raced, desperately trying to find a rational explanation. An art installation, a prank by some film students, but there were no tracks around it. None. The ground around the base of the stairs was covered in undisturbed moss and pine needles. There were no signs of construction, no sawdust, no discarded materials. There were no drag marks, no broken branches on the surrounding trees to suggest it had been dropped in by a helicopter. It was simply there, an impossible object in an impossible place. I took a half step forward, my training kicking in. I needed to document this, photograph it, get a GPS coordinate. This was an anomaly, a hazard. But before I could take another step, Sam's hand shot out and grabbed my arm. His grip was like iron. I turned to look at him. The blood had drained from his face, leaving his weathered skin a pale, ashen gray. His eyes, usually so calm and observant, were wide with a primal fear I had never seen in him before. "Sam, what is it?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He didn't look at me. His gaze was fixed on the staircase, on the empty space at the top where a second floor should have been. "We don't go near those," he said, his voice tight, strained. It was the most I'd heard him say all day. "What are you talking about?" "What is that?" I insisted, gesturing towards the impossible structure. "We have to report this. We have to check it out." "No," he said, his voice dropping lower, filled with a chilling finality. "We mark the location as a structural hazard on the map, and we walk away. Don't touch me, don't talk about it. We walk away now." He started to pull me back into the trees away from the clearing. I resisted, my mind still reeling with 1,000 questions. Why? What could possibly be the reason for such a reaction? It was just a staircase. A weird, inexplicable staircase, but a staircase nonetheless. "Sam, wait," I said, pulling my arm free. "You have to tell me why. I don't understand." He finally turned to face me, and the look in his eyes stopped me cold. It was a look of pure, unadulterated terror mixed with a deep, profound sorrow. "Because Leo," he said, his voice cracking slightly, "the people who climb them, they're the ones we never find." Sam's words hit me with the force of a physical blow, colder and sharper than the encroaching evening air. The ones we never find. It wasn't a warning, it was a verdict. A statement of fact delivered with the grim certainty of a man who had seen the evidence firsthand. The 1,000 questions swirling in my mind coalesced into one. What had he seen? He didn't give me a chance to ask. With a strength that belied his age, he turned me around and marched me back into the dense tree line, away from the clearing and its impossible occupant. I stumbled after him, my feet catching on roots, my mind still snagged on the image of that pristine, carpeted staircase. I kept glancing back over my shoulder, half expecting it to be gone, a shared hallucination that would vanish with the shifting light. But it remained a silent, surreal monument to the irrational. The cream-colored carpet was like a pale tongue tasting the empty air. The silence that had felt oppressive before was now suffocating. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig under our boots, sounded amplified and menacing. It felt as if the forest itself was holding its breath, watching us. I strained my ears, listening for something, anything out of the ordinary. A sound from the clearing, a whisper on the wind. There was nothing. And that nothing was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. We walked for what felt like an eternity, putting as much distance as we could between ourselves and that place. Sam didn't speak, and I didn't press him. I knew he needed time. The fear I had seen in his eyes was real, a deep, abiding terror that had been buried for years and was now unearthed. My own fear was a different kind. It was the fear of the unknown, of a world that suddenly no longer operated by the rules I understood. My logical, rational mind was at war with what my eyes had just seen. We made camp as dusk began to bleed through the canopy, turning the world into shades of gray and purple. The process was mechanical, each of us going through the familiar motions of setting up the tent and starting a fire. But the usual campfire camaraderie was absent. The small circle of light from our flames seemed to push back a tangible, living darkness that pressed in from all sides. Finally, with 2 steaming mugs of coffee between us, I couldn't stand the silence any longer. "You have to tell me, Sam," I said, my voice low. "You owe me that much. What was that back there? What did you mean?" Sam stared into the dancing flames, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. For a long moment, I thought he was going to ignore me, to retreat back into his stony silence. But then he let out a long, slow breath, the air rattling in his chest. It was about 15 years ago. He began, his voice gravelly and distant, as if recounting a story that had happened to someone else. "I was younger then. More like you. Thought I had the world figured out. Knew the woods, knew the job. There was nothing out here that could truly surprise me. Or so I thought." He took a sip of his coffee. "We got a call. A young woman, a geology student named Sarah, had gone missing. She was out doing survey work for her thesis, just a day trip. Smart girl, capable, had all the right gear. But she didn't come back. We started the search the next morning. Her car was at the trailhead, everything in order. We searched for 4 days. Nothing. Not a footprint, not a broken branch, not a dropped piece of equipment. It was like she'd just vanished into thin air. On the 5th day, her supervising professor gave us a more detailed map of the specific area she was supposed to be surveying. It was a remote section, geologically interesting but rarely visited. My partner, a good man named Dave, and I headed out there. Sam paused, his knuckles white around his mug. The woods felt different in that area. Quiet. The same way it felt today. An empty quiet. We were cutting through a dense patch of firs when we found it. A staircase. I finished for him, the word feeling alien on my tongue. He nodded slowly. Different from this one. This one was domestic. That one was grander. Dark mahogany with a red velvet runner held down by brass rods. Looked like it belonged in some old hotel or a mansion. It was just standing there, in the middle of nowhere, leading up to a patch of empty sky. And just like today, not a single track around it. The ground was untouched. Dave reacted like you did, Sam continued. He was fascinated. He wanted to get closer, take pictures, figure out what the hell it was. But I felt it, the wrongness. It was like a cold spot in the air, a frequency I could feel in my teeth. I told him to stay back, that we should call it in and wait. But Dave, he was stubborn. He said, "It's just a thing, Sam. Wood and nails. It can't hurt us." The fire crackled, spitting an ember into the darkness. Sam's eyes were unfocused, lost in the memory. He walked right up to it. He put his hand on the banister. I remember him shouting back at me, "See, it's solid. Probably some millionaire's folly." And then he started to climb. I yelled at him to stop, to get down from there. He just laughed and kept going, one step at a time. "What happened?" I whispered, leaning forward. He got to the top step. Sam said, his voice barely audible. He turned around to look at me, a big triumphant grin on his face. He opened his mouth to say something, and then he just stopped. The grin vanished. His eyes went wide, but they weren't looking at me anymore. They were looking at something over my shoulder, something behind me. He got this look on his face, a look of absolute, soul-shattering surprise, not fear, not yet, just pure, unadulterated shock. And then he smiled, but it wasn't his smile. It was empty. A puppet smile. He turned his back to me, faced the empty air at the top of the stairs, and took one more step, a step into nothing. "And," I prompted, my heart hammering against my ribs. "And he was gone," Sam said, a tear finally tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. He didn't fall. He didn't make a sound. One moment he was there, and the next the top of the staircase was empty. He just ceased to be. I stood there for an hour, screaming his name until I was hoarse. There was no response, nothing. It was like he had never existed. We never found Dave, or the geology student Sarah. The official report lists them as missing, presumed deceased. The staircase was never mentioned. When I tried to tell my superiors what I saw, they looked at me with pity. They suggested I take a leave of absence, see a counselor. They thought I'd cracked under the stress. But I know what I saw. He finally looked at me, his eyes sharp and filled with a terrible clarity. These things, Leo, they're not just objects. They're traps or lures. I don't know what they are, but I know what they do. They take people. And the people they take, they don't come back. We sat in silence for a long time, the weight of his story settling over our small camp. The search for Marcus Thorne had suddenly taken on a terrifying new dimension. The tracks we had been following, the ones that led deeper and deeper into the unforgiving wilderness, they weren't just the tracks of a lost hunter. They were the tracks of a man who was being led somewhere. The tracks, I said, the realization dawning on me. Thorne's tracks. They were heading right for that clearing. Sam nodded grimly. Wasn't chasing something, Leo. And nothing was chasing him. He was being called. He was being called. Sam's words hung in the cold night air, extinguishing the last embers of my skepticism. The world I had known for 20 years, a world of compass bearings, topographical maps, and logical deduction, had been irrevocably fractured. In its place was something ancient and predatory, a wilderness that didn't just kill you with falls or exposure, but could actively lure you, call you to your doom with silent, impossible promises. The search for Marcus Thorne was no longer a rescue mission. It had become an exorcism. Sleep was impossible that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the clean, cream-colored carpet, the polished banister, and the empty space at the top, waiting. I saw Sam's partner, Dave, turning with that hollow, puppet smile before stepping into oblivion. Was Marcus Thorne already gone? Had he been called? While we were debating the reality of what we'd seen, the thought was a lead weight in my gut. My duty, my entire professional and moral code, screamed at me that I couldn't just leave him. But Sam's story and the raw, undeniable terror in his eyes screamed just as loudly to run and never look back. Before the first light of dawn touched the sky, I had made my decision. I kicked the dirt over the last of the campfire coals, the sound startlingly loud in the pre-dawn stillness. Sam was already awake, sitting with his back against a tree, his rifle across his lap. He looked as if he hadn't slept at all. "We're going back," I said. It wasn't a question. Sam looked at me, his face grim. He didn't argue. He didn't try to talk me out of it. He simply nodded a slow, tired gesture of resignation. He knew my duty as a team leader wouldn't let me abandon the search, no matter how insane the circumstances. And his duty as my partner wouldn't let me go alone. He was terrified. I could see that plain as day, but his loyalty ran deeper than his fear. The journey back to the clearing was different. We were no longer just rangers on a search. We were trace-passers, knowingly entering a forbidden place. The forest seemed to watch our return. The silence was heavier, charged with anticipation. We moved with a tense, practiced quiet, our hands never far from the radios clipped to our vests, though we both knew they would likely be useless. What would we even say? "Dispatch, we have a visual on a paranormal event, requesting backup." As we neared the clearing, a new element intruded upon the silence. It was a sound, faint and intermittent, carried on the breeze. It was music. Not wilderness sounds, but the tinny, cheerful melody of an old-timey ice cream truck. The tune was happy, incongruous, and utterly horrifying in this context. It was a sound that belonged to suburbs and sunny afternoons, not to the deep, dark heart of an ancient forest. It was wrong. It was the sound of the lure. We slowed our approach, moving from tree to tree like soldiers in hostile territory. The music grew slightly louder, then faded as if driving by on a street that wasn't there. Then we saw the clearing. The staircase was still there, unchanged, its presence an affront to nature. But it was no longer alone. At the base of the stairs, placed neatly on the mossy ground, was a hunter's pack and a high-powered rifle. Marcus Thorne's gear. And on the stairs, about 3/4 of the way to the top, was Marcus Thorne himself. He wasn't hurt or in distress. He was standing perfectly still, his back to us, looking up towards the top of the staircase. He was dressed in his hunting gear, but he seemed completely at ease, as if he were standing on his own front porch. He was listening. "Thorne! Marcus Thorne!" I shouted, my voice cracking. The sound was swallowed by the clearing, deadened by the oppressive silence between the waves of phantom music. He didn't react. He didn't even flinch. It was as if he couldn't hear me, as if he were in another world entirely. Don't get any closer, Sam hissed, grabbing my arm, his eyes wide with terror. It's too late, Leo. It's got him. But I had to try. I unholstered my sidearm, the click of the safety echoing unnaturally. Thorn! This is search and rescue! Step away from the stairs! Turn around slowly. This time he moved. He turned not slowly, but with a smooth, fluid motion that was deeply unsettling. He looked down at us, and I saw his face. He was smiling. It was the smile Sam had described, a wide, placid, utterly empty grin. His eyes were glazed over, looking at us but not seeing us. They were the eyes of a man who was already gone. He raised a hand and gave a small, friendly wave, a gesture so normal it was grotesque. The ice cream truck music swelled for a moment, cheerful and bright, and then he turned his back to us once more, faced the empty air at the top of the stairs, and took another step. Then another. He climbed the last few steps with a calm, unhurried gait. When he reached the top landing, he paused for a moment, a dark silhouette against the morning sky. He took one final step out into nothing. He didn't fall. He didn't scream. He didn't vanish in a flash of light. He just stepped out of our world. One moment, he was there. The next, the top of the staircase was empty. The music stopped. The silence that rushed back in was absolute, profound, and permanent. We stood there for a full minute, frozen, our minds refusing to accept what our eyes had just witnessed. Marcus Thorne was gone, ceased to be. Another victim claimed by the stairs. Sam was the first to move. He backed away slowly, pulling me with him. We have to go. Now, this time I didn't resist. We gathered Thorne's pack and rifle, the only tangible evidence that he had ever been there, and we walked away. We didn't run. We walked with the grim, defeated pace of men who had just looked into the abyss and seen it look back. We didn't speak until we were miles away, until the ordinary sounds of the forest, the birds and the wind, began to filter back into our awareness, a welcome but hollow comfort. The official report was a lie, of course. We wrote that the tracks led to a steep, treacherous ravine. We found his pack and rifle near the edge. The official cause of his disappearance was listed as a presumed fatal fall, his body lost to the unforgiving terrain. It was a neat, plausible story, the only story we could tell. I never spoke to Sam about it again, and he never mentioned it to me. There was no need. We were now bound by a shared, unspoken truth. He retired a few months later. On his last day, he just shook my hand, looked me in the eye, and said, "Be careful out there, Leo." I knew what he meant. He wasn't talking about bears or bad weather. That was 20 years ago. I'm the old-timer now. I lead the new teams, the young, confident rangers who think they have the world figured out. I teach them how to track, how to read the land, how to survive. But I also teach them something else. I teach them respect. I tell them that there are places in these woods you don't go, things you don't approach. I tell them that if they ever see something that doesn't belong, something that feels fundamentally wrong, they are to mark it on their map and walk away. They don't always understand. They look at me the way I must have looked at Sam all those years ago. But I am insistent, because I know the truth. The forest has rules, and the most important rule is that some things are not meant to be found. And some people, the ones who get called, are never coming back. My name is Maria Santiago, and for 7 years, I had the privilege and the burden of wearing the uniform of a National Park Service ranger. My post was the Grand Canyon. It's a place people think they know from postcards and documentaries, a vast, beautiful scar on the face of the earth. They see the sunsets that paint the canyon walls in hues of orange and purple. They hear the whisper of the wind through the junipers, and they feel a sense of awe. I felt that too. But I also knew the canyon's other side, the side that doesn't make it into the travel brochures. The canyon is a predator. It's a patient, silent hunter with 1,000 ways to kill you. Dehydration, flash floods, venomous snakes, a simple misstep on a loose rock. It waits for a moment of inattention, a lapse in judgment. It doesn't hate you. It doesn't love you. It simply is, and it demands respect. My job was to be the intermediary between the millions of people who came to see the beauty and the ancient, indifferent power that could swallow them whole. Most of my days were routine, leading educational tours, checking permits, reminding tourists to carry more water than they think they'll need, and dealing with the occasional bit of backcountry mischief. But a significant part of the job, the part that settles deep in your bones, is search and rescue, SAR. When the canyon decided not to give someone back, we were the ones who went in to try and get them. The call for the German tourist came on a blistering Tuesday in late July. His name was Klaus Richter. He was in his late 20s, fit, and by all accounts an experienced hiker. That's often how it goes. The ones who get into the most trouble are either completely unprepared or far too confident. Klaus fell into the latter category. His rental car had been found at a remote trailhead on the North Rim, a place far less traveled than the bustling South Rim. His itinerary left on the dashboard detailed a grueling, off-trail loop through some of the most unforgiving terrain in the park. He was 3 days overdue. My partner for the operation was a senior ranger named Dave. Dave was a lifer, a man who seemed to have been carved from the canyon rock itself. He had leathery skin, a quiet demeanor, and eyes that had seen more than he ever spoke of. When he looked at a landscape, he wasn't just seeing rocks and sky, he was reading a story of weather patterns, animal tracks, and the subtle signs of human passage. If anyone could find Klaus, it was Dave. He wanted a challenge, Dave said, his voice a low rumble as we geared up at the command post. He spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dust. Well, the canyon heard him. The first day was a brutal, sun-drenched slog. The North Rim is a different beast. Higher in elevation, more forested. But the canyons it hides are steeper, the trails less defined, and the silence more profound. We operated on a grid system, our team of 6 rangers spreading out, our eyes constantly scanning, sweeping the vast, empty spaces. The heat was a physical weight. It pressed down on our shoulders, shimmered in the air above the rocks, and baked the moisture from our mouths. Every hour we'd stop, force ourselves to drink water and eat salty snacks. Our voices over the radio, the only proof that we weren't completely alone. We found nothing. No footprints where there shouldn't be. No discarded water bottle. No shred of clothing caught on a thorny bush. It was as if Klaus Richter had walked to the edge of the world and simply stepped off. As the sun began to dip low, painting the sky in those deceptively beautiful colors, we made camp on a high mesa. The mood was grim. The first 48 hours are critical in any SAR operation. We were already past that. The statistical probability of finding Klaus alive was dropping with every passing minute. That night, the desert cold seeped in. I sat wrapped in my sleeping bag, staring out at the billion-star sky, a sight that usually filled me with peace. But tonight, it felt different. The vastness wasn't beautiful, it was threatening. It was a blanket of indifference hiding a man we were supposed to find. I thought about Klaus, alone out there somewhere. Was he injured, waiting for us? Had he succumbed to the heat? Or had something else happened? The canyon has its secrets, its whispers. Old Paiute legends speak of spirits that guard the sacred places, of shapeshifters that lure the unwary from the path. We rangers dismiss them as folklore, of course, campfire stories. But out here, in the dead of night, with the wind making strange, mournful sounds as it funneled through the rock formations, the stories didn't feel so distant. The second day dawned with the same relentless sun. We descended deeper into a side canyon, a place where the walls were so sheer they seemed to claw at the sky. The terrain was a nightmare of scree slopes and knife edge ridges. Our progress was painfully slow. It was mid-afternoon when Dave called for a break. We found a sliver of shade under a rock overhang, the air thick with the smell of hot dust and dry vegetation. "Let's glass the walls," Dave said, pulling out his own powerful binoculars. He might have tried to find shelter in one of the alcoves. It was a standard procedure, but a necessary one. I pulled out my own binoculars, my arms aching with fatigue. I propped my elbows on my knees and began the painstaking process of scanning the opposite canyon wall, a sheer cliff face hundreds of yards away. I moved the view methodically, left to right, top to bottom. Rock, shadow alone, hardy bush clinging to a cracked rock, shadow, and then I saw movement. It wasn't a bighorn sheep, their movements are jerky and deliberate. It wasn't a coyote or a mountain lion, they are sleek and low to the ground. This was something else. My first thought was that it was Klaus, and a surge of adrenaline shot through me. I fine-tuned the focus, my knuckles white on the dial. The figure came into sharp relief, and my blood ran cold. It was pale, a stark bone white against the red rock. It was also unnaturally thin, emaciated to the point of being skeletal, with limbs that seemed too long for its torso. But it was the posture and the movement that made my breath catch in my throat. It was crouched low, not like a man hiding, but like an insect. It moved along a narrow, vertical ledge, a sliver of rock that shouldn't have been able to support a fraction of a human's weight. It scuttled, its limbs bending at impossible angles, a fluid, horrifyingly fast motion that was part spider, part primate, and entirely unnatural. It moved with a purpose that terrified me, a predatory grace that had no place in the world I knew. A wave of nausea and vertigo washed over me. I ripped the binoculars from my eyes, dropping them onto my lap with a clatter. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I squeezed my eyes shut. The image seared onto the inside of my eyelids. Sunstroke, I thought desperately. You're exhausted, dehydrated. It's a trick of the light, a hallucination. See anything? Dave's voice cut through my panic. I couldn't speak. I took a ragged breath, the hot air feeling like fire in my lungs. I forced myself to lift the binoculars again, my hands shaking so badly it took a moment to steady them. I focused on the same ledge. It was gone. The rock face was empty. There was nowhere it could have gone. No cave, no crack, no way to climb up or down in the few seconds I had looked away. It had simply vanished. The sheer, sun-baked wall stood silent and empty, mocking me. But I knew what I had seen. It wasn't the heat, and it wasn't a trick of the mind. In the heart of the Grand Canyon, I had seen something that should not exist. And I was suddenly, terribly certain that we were not just looking for a missing person anymore. We were trespassing in a place where we were not welcome. Maria. Dave's voice was sharper this time, laced with concern. He lowered his own binoculars and looked at me. You look like you've seen a ghost. I tried to laugh, but it came out as a choked gasp. Nothing. Just the heat. I think my eyes were playing tricks on me. I couldn't bring myself to tell him. What would I even say? That I saw a spider, man, crawling on a cliff? He'd think I'd lost my mind, that it was a liability. He'd have me airlifted out for heat exhaustion. So I stayed quiet, but the image was burned behind my eyes. For the rest of the afternoon, every shadow seemed to move. Every gust of wind sounded like a skittering footstep. The familiar comfort of the canyon was gone, replaced by a gnawing, primal fear. I felt watched. Late in the afternoon, the radio crackled to life. It was one of the other rangers, a young guy named Ben. His voice was tense. Dave, Maria, you need to see this. I'm about a quarter-mile east of your position, just below the ridgeline. We acknowledged and made our way toward his coordinates. We found him standing at the base of a towering sandstone wall, the same cliff face I had been watching earlier, just further along. He was staring up at something. As we got closer, I saw what had captured his attention. About 10 feet off the ground, gouged deep into the hard rock, were a series of parallel scratch marks. There were 4 of them, each about 2 feet long, perfectly straight and brutally deep. I'd seen marks from mountain lions before. They were messy, shallow, a desperate scrabbling for purchase. This was different. This was deliberate, powerful. It looked as if a giant 4-pronged rake had been dragged down the cliff with immense force. The rock itself, ancient and weathered, was scored as if it were wet clay. Dave let out a low whistle. He ran a hand over the rough surface of the rock next to the marks, then looked up. No animal I know of can do that, he said, his voice flat. He looked at Ben. Any tracks? Ben shook his head. Nothing. The ground here is solid rock. Not a single print. My throat went dry. I stared at the marks, a cold dread washing over me that had nothing to do with the approaching evening chill. They were right where the creature would have been, in the same vicinity. This was its trail. This was its signature. It was real. My hallucination had just carved its name into the wall of the Grand Canyon. I felt a tremor run through me, and I leaned against the rock for support, my eyes fixed on the violent evidence in front of me. That night at camp, the mood was different. The grim professionalism had been replaced by a tense, uneasy silence. The discovery of the scratches had unsettled everyone. We were rangers, we dealt in facts and evidence. And the evidence didn't add up. After we ate our rehydrated meals, the others turned in early, leaving just me and Dave by the small campfire. The flames danced, casting long, distorted shadows that writhed like living things. I couldn't hold it in any longer. My voice was barely a whisper. Dave, when I was glassing the wall today, I saw something. He didn't look at me, just poked the fire with a stick, sending a shower of sparks into the darkness. Go on. I told him everything. The pale skin, the long limbs, the impossible spider-like way it moved across the ledge. I expected disbelief, maybe even pity. Instead, he remained silent for a long time, staring into the flames. When he finally spoke, his voice was lower and more serious than I had ever heard it. There are stories, he said, his gaze still fixed on the fire. Old stories. Not the kind we tell tourists. The tribes, the old-timers, they talk about things that live in the deep canyons. Places where people aren't meant to go. They call them the thin ones, or sometimes the crawlers. They say they're spirits of hunger, so starved they've become something else. Fast. Strong. and they mimic things to lure you in. He finally turned to look at me, his eyes dark and serious in the firelight. I've been a ranger here for 30 years, Maria. I've seen things I can't explain. Found tracks that belong to nothing in the biology books. Most of us write it off. Easier that way. But those marks today, and what you saw, he trailed off, shaking his head slowly. We're not just looking for a lost hiker anymore. We need to be careful, very careful. The third day, our search felt different. We weren't just shouting Klaus's name into the empty air. We were moving with a new kind of caution, a heightened awareness. Every sound, every shadow held a potential threat. We focused our grid search on the area around the scratches. It was Dave who found it. Tucked into a crevice, as if hastily discarded, was Klaus Ritter's backpack. It was destroyed. The heavy-duty canvas was ripped to shreds, not chewed, but torn apart with what looked like surgical precision. One of the padded shoulder straps had been sheared clean through. We laid the contents out on a flat rock. A German passport, a wallet with euros and a credit card, a half-eaten energy bar, a water filter, and a digital camera. The camera's casing was cracked, but it turned on. I knelt beside Dave, my heart pounding as he scrolled through the photos. Pictures of the South Rim, smiling selfies, a sunset. Then the pictures from the North Rim, the trees, the trail. The last few photos were taken in this very canyon. The second to last photo was a blurry shot of the canyon floor. The final photo was taken in a panic. It was a chaotic, tilted image of the rock wall directly in front of us. It was mostly a blur of red rock and shadow, but in the upper left-hand corner of the frame, partially obscured, was something that made my breath hitch. It was a hand, or something like a hand. It was bone, white and skeletal. The fingers were impossibly long and thin, ending not in nails, but in what looked like sharpened, black points. It was clinging to the rock, the very same rock that now bore those 4 deep scratches. As we stared at the horrifying image on the small screen, a sound echoed up from the canyon below us. "Hilf, help me!" The voice was faint, distorted by the wind and the rock, but it was unmistakably human. It was a man's voice, with a German accent. It was Klaus. A surge of hope and adrenaline shot through me. "He's alive," I said, grabbing my radio, but Dave put a hand on my arm, stopping me. His face was pale, his eyes wide with a terror I had never seen in the old ranger before. He was staring down into the treacherous, shadow-choked canyon from which the voice had come. "Don't answer it," he whispered, his voice trembling slightly. "That's not him." The cry came again, closer this time, more desperate. "Hilf, please! I am here!" It was a perfect imitation, a perfect trap, and we were the bait. Frozen by Dave's words, I stood paralyzed. Every instinct, every ounce of my training screamed at me to respond, to triangulate the position, to rush toward the sound of a human in distress. But the look on Dave's face, a mask of pure, unadulterated terror, held me in place more effectively than any physical restraint. The camera with the image of that claw-like hand felt like a block of ice in my palm. The voice was a lie. My mind knew it, but my heart still clenched at the sound of it. "So cold, please." The voice whimpered from the shadows below, a pathetic, gut-wrenching sound that was perfectly engineered to prey on human compassion. "We're leaving?" Dave said, his voice a harsh, low command. He wasn't looking at me. His eyes were scanning the labyrinth of rocks and shadows below us, searching for the source of the mimicry. "No, pack the camera. We're calling this off." "We can't just leave," I protested, even as my own fear was a coiling snake in my stomach. The others are half a mile away and moving back toward the rim. "I'm calling them now," he said, his hand already on his radio. He keyed the mic. "All stations, this is Ranger 1. We are terminating the search in this sector. Repeat, terminating search. Rendezvous at the extraction point. Immediately." His voice was calm, professional, betraying none of the terror in his eyes. Before anyone could respond, a sound cut through the air that was not a human voice. It was a dry, chittering click, like oversized insects rubbing their carapaces together. It came from the canyon below, and it was followed by the sound of rocks skittering down a slope. Something was moving. Something was coming up. Fast. "Go!" Dave shoved me back toward the path we had taken. "Move. Maria!" We didn't need any more encouragement. We scrambled back the way we came, our heavy boots slipping on the loose rock. The mission was over. This was now a retreat. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. The pathetic cries for help had stopped, replaced by that awful, alien clicking that seemed to be getting closer. My lungs burned and my legs felt like lead, but the adrenaline and fear were a potent fuel. The canyon, which had felt indifferent before, now felt actively malevolent. Every shadow seemed to conceal that pale, spindly form. Every gust of wind carried the phantom sound of its scuttling. We burst through a thicket of manzanita and saw Ben and the other 3 rangers up ahead. They were looking back at us, their faces a mixture of confusion and alarm. "What the hell is going on?" Ben shouted as we closed the distance. "No time?" Dave yelled back, not breaking his stride. "We're being hunted. We need to get to the rim. Now!" There was no time for explanations, but the sheer panic on our faces was enough. The 6 of us moved together, a tight, frightened group, pushing our exhausted bodies to the limit. We were a mile from our extraction point, a small, flat mesa where a helicopter was scheduled to pick us up at dusk. It was the longest mile of my life. The sun was setting, casting the canyon in long, distorted shadows. The clicking sound had faded, but the silence that replaced it was somehow worse. The feeling of being watched was a physical pressure on the back of my neck. We reached the mesa with minutes to spare, the last rays of sunlight disappearing behind the western rim. As we collapsed, gasping for air, we heard the rhythmic thump, thump, thump of the helicopter in the distance. It was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. As the helicopter descended, kicking up a storm of red dust, I risked a look back into the canyon we had just fled. For a moment, I saw nothing but deepening shadows. Then, on a high pinnacle of rock silhouetted against the dying light, I saw it. It was standing this time, not crouched. It was tall, impossibly tall and thin, a stick figure drawn against the twilight. It stood perfectly still, its long limbs like twisted branches. It wasn't moving. It was just watching us leave its domain. As the helicopter's skids touched the ground, the figure raised one of its long, spindly arms, and I could almost see the 4 sharp points at the end of its hand, a silent, possessive wave goodbye. Then it simply folded into the shadows and was gone. The flight back was silent. No one spoke. We were all lost in our own thoughts, processing the inexplicable terror of the last hour. The official report was a masterpiece of omission. We logged the discovery of the backpack and camera. We reported that the terrain was deemed too hazardous to continue the search on foot. Klaus Richter was officially declared missing, presumed to have succumbed to the elements. The scratches on the rock were noted as unusual geological formations. My sighting, Dave's stories, the mimicked voice, the creature on the pinnacle, none of it made it into the report. Who would believe us? We would be dismissed as suffering from shared psychosis, from the stress and the heat. I quit the Park Service 2 months later. I couldn't look at the canyon the same way again. The beauty was still there, but now I saw the teeth beneath the smile. I saw the deep, dark places where things hide, and I knew that the awe it inspired was rooted in a deep, primal fear of what that vastness contained. I moved to a city in the Midwest, as far from the stark, red landscapes as I could get. Sometimes, on dark summer nights, I think about what's out there. The legend of the rake is just a story people tell on the internet, a piece of modern folklore. But I know what I saw. I have the final blurry photo from Klaus Ritter's camera saved on a hard drive, a photo I never turned in. It's a chilling, undeniable truth. There are things in this world, ancient and hungry, that live just beyond the edges of our maps and our understanding. And they are waiting. We were lucky. We were just bait. Klaus Richter was the meal. My name is Nathan Carter, and for the better part of a decade, I wore the uniform of a county search and rescue volunteer. It's not a job, not in the traditional sense. We don't clock in and out. We don't get paid. What we get is a pager that can go off at any hour of the day or night, yanking us from our warm beds, from family dinners, from the mundane safety of our lives, and thrusting us into the vast, indifferent wilderness that borders our town. Most people see these woods as a place for recreation, a backdrop for picnics and pleasant-day hikes. We see them for what they truly are, a labyrinth of soaring pines and tangled undergrowth, a place that swallows light and sound, a place that does not care if you live or die. You learn to compartmentalize. You have to. You learn to see a frantic family member not as a person drowning in grief, but as a source of critical information. What were they wearing? What's their medical history? What was their state of mind? You become a collector of desperate details, piecing together a puzzle against a ticking clock where the stakes are a human life. Most of our calls are routine, if you can call searching for a lost human being routine. A hiker who misjudged the sunset, a child who wandered away from a campsite, a trail runner with a broken ankle. These are the good calls. They usually end with relief, sometimes with tears of joy and a firm handshake. We find them, we bring them home, and we go back to our lives until the next call. But there are other calls, the ones that don't end cleanly, the ones that leave behind a residue of questions that cling to you like the damp forest chill. These are the stories that get told in low voices around a campfire, or shared over a beer at the end of a long, fruitless day. They become part of the local lore, cautionary tales whispered among the Sarah community. Every veteran has one. That one call that burrowed under their skin and never left. The one that defied logic, that spat in the face of our training and our experience. This is mine. It started on a Tuesday in late July. The air was thick and heavy with the promise of a thunderstorm that refused to break, trapping the heat and humidity close to the ground. I was replacing a section of fence in my backyard when my pager screamed to life. The message was brief, the kind that always makes your stomach tighten. Elderly male 82, overdue from hike. Pine Creek trailhead. History of seizures, immediate response requested. I remember Cyan, not out of annoyance, but out of a familiar sense of dread. Age, a known medical condition, and a solo hike. It's a trifecta for disaster. I called my wife, told her I wouldn't be home for dinner, and headed for the staging area. By the time I arrived, the scene was already one of controlled chaos. Sheriff's Department vehicles were parked at angles, their lights painting silent, strobing patterns on the trees. Our SAR command vehicle was set up, its antenna extended, and a small group of my teammates were already gathered around a topographical map spread across the hood of a truck. The victim's wife was there. Her name was Eleanor Finch, and she was a tiny, bird-like woman engulfed in a brightly colored shawl despite the oppressive heat. She was speaking with our team leader, Mac, a man whose face was a roadmap of wrinkles carved by decades of squinting into the sun and the darkness. Her voice was thin and reedy, trembling with a frantic energy that was painful to witness. "His name is Arthur," she was saying, her hands twisting a crumpled tissue over and over. "He just wanted to walk the lower loop. He does it all the time. He promised he'd be back by 3. He knows he shouldn't be alone for too long. Did he have his medication with him, Eleanor?" Mac asked, his voice gentle but firm. Yes, he always takes it. But the doctor said, sometimes they can still happen. A breakthrough seizure, he called it. She looked around at the dense wall of trees that marked the trailhead, her eyes wide with a terror that I've seen 100 times. It's the look of someone suddenly realizing that the wilderness they'd always seen as beautiful is, in fact, a predator. And he had his walking stick. Mac continued, pointing to a photo on his phone she must have shown him. "Oh yes, he never goes anywhere without it," she said, a flicker of a sad smile touching her lips. "Our grandson carved his initials into the handle for his 80th birthday. An A and an F. It's made of hickory. A beautiful, sturdy thing. That detail, the grandson's carving, lodged itself in my mind. It made Arthur Finch real. He wasn't just an elderly male, case file N734. He was a grandfather with a cherished possession. The search began as it always does, methodically. We established a primary search area based on the lower loop trail, a well-maintained path about 3 miles long. We formed into teams of 3 and began a standard grid search, our eyes scanning the forest floor, our voices calling out his name. "Arthur! Arthur Finch! Can you hear me?" The calls echoed and died, swallowed by the immense silence of the woods. For 2 hours we found nothing. Not a footprint out of place, not a broken branch, not a dropped piece of litter. It was as if he'd stepped onto the trail and simply vanished into thin air. The humidity was suffocating, and sweat soaked through my shirt, but a different kind of cold was starting to creep in at the edges. Then Mac's voice crackled over the radio. He wasn't one for chatter, so when he spoke, everyone listened. "Al teams, I have a potential sign. West of the main trail, about a quarter mile past the old footbridge. Mac was our veteran, the best tracker any of us had ever seen. He could read the forest floor like a newspaper. If he said he had a sign, he had one. We converged on his position, pushing through ferns and thorny bushes that clawed at our clothes. The air grew cooler here, the canopy of the ancient pines so thick it blocked out most of the remaining daylight, plunging the forest into a premature twilight. We found Mac standing perfectly still, looking down at a patch of damp earth near the base of a fallen log. He didn't need to say anything. We all saw it, a clear, deep boot print that did not match the tread of any of our standard issue SAR boots. It was the print of a simple hiking shoe, and it was pointed directly away from the trail into the deepest, most untamed part of the woods. Why would he come this way? One of the younger guys, Kevin, asked, his voice a nervous whisper. "There's nothing out here. A seizure could do it." Max said, his eyes still scanning the woods ahead. Disorientation is common. He could have stumbled off the path, gotten confused, and just kept walking in the wrong direction. It was the logical explanation. It was the scenario we trained for. So we fanned out, recalibrating our search grid, and pushed deeper into the forest, following the direction the lone footprint had taken. The woods grew thicker, the terrain more difficult. We were moving slower now, the initial adrenaline giving way to a grim, focused determination. The sun was setting for real now, and the world was reduced to the narrow beams of our headlamps. Another hour passed. Nothing. The K9 unit had been brought in, but the dogs were struggling, whining and circling, unable to lock onto a consistent scent trail. The forest was playing tricks on us. Then the call came. It was Mac again. His voice on the radio was different this time. It wasn't urgent, it wasn't excited, it was flat and strangely quiet. "All teams," he said, and there was a long pause. "Regroup at my coordinates." Now, there was an unspoken command in his tone that made us move faster. We followed our GPS units, converging on his signal. As we got closer, we could see his headlamp, a single, unmoving point of light in the profound darkness. He wasn't searching. He wasn't examining the ground. He was just standing at the base of a truly colossal pine tree, one of the ancient giants of the forest, his head tilted all the way back, staring straight up into its unseen branches. We approached him cautiously. "Mac, what is it? Did you find him?" I asked, my heart pounding. He didn't answer. He didn't even look at us. He just raised a trembling hand and pointed up into the darkness, into the highest reaches of the tree. We followed his finger, our headlamps sweeping up the massive, gnarled trunk, past thick branches and clusters of pine needles. Our beams cut through the black, searching for whatever he was seeing. And then we saw it. Dangling from a branch, a good 30, maybe 40 feet off the ground, was a walking stick. The afternoon light was almost gone, but in the combined glare of our headlamps, there was no mistaking the smooth, polished hickory or the dark leather strap on the handle. A strap that was looped perfectly, impossibly, over the middle of a thick branch, as if someone had placed it there with the utmost care. There was no way to throw it and have it land like that. No man, let alone an 82-year-old, could have climbed that high. It was just hanging there, swaying gently in a breeze we couldn't feel on the ground, a silent, inexplicable testament in the heart of the deep, dark woods. We just stood there, a circle of trained professionals, staring up in absolute, bone-deep silence. The forest had never felt so large, and we had never felt so small. Time has a strange way of behaving in the deep woods at night. It can stretch and compress, and in that moment, standing at the base of that ancient pine, it simply stopped. The five of us, Mac, Kevin, myself, and two others, Dave and Maria, were frozen, caught in the collective glare of our own headlamps, which all pointed to the same impossible object. The night sounds of the forest, the chirping of crickets and the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth seemed to fade away, replaced by a silence that felt heavy and profound, pressing in on us from all sides. Kevin was the first to break it, his voice barely a whisper. "What the how?" No one answered. There was no answer. We were a team trained in logic and procedure. We operated on evidence and probability. You find a track, you follow it. You find a piece of clothing, you bag it and mark the location. You find a victim, you administer aid, or you begin recovery. There was a flow chart for everything, but there was no procedure in our manual for a walking stick hanging 40 feet up a tree with no branches for the first 20 feet, its leather strap looped over a limb as if placed there by a giant's gentle hand. Animal? Dave suggested, though his tone lacked any conviction. Maybe a cougar dragged it up there and looped the strap so neatly. Mac countered without taking his eyes off the stick. His voice was gravelly, stripped of its usual authority and replaced with something else. Pure, unadulterated bewilderment. Look at it. It's perfect. A cougar would have left claw marks all over the bark. It would have chewed on the strap. This is clean. He was right. The branch it hung from was thick, at least a foot in diameter. The strap wasn't snagged, it was properly looped. For that to happen, something or someone would have had to pass the entire stick through the loop. It defied physics. It defied common sense. The radio crackled, a voice from the command post sounding jarringly normal. "Ridge team, what's your status? We're not seeing any movement." Mac seemed to shake himself back to life. He keyed his mic. "Command, this is Mac. We have located an article belonging to the subject. Stand by. He let go of the button and looked at us, his face grim in the pale light. Okay, we worked the problem. Forget how it got there for a minute. We need to get it down. And we need to search this area, every single inch. This is now point last seen. That phrase, point last seen, galvanized us back into action. It was terminology we understood. It designated this tree as the center of our new universe. But as we began to sweep the area in expanding circles, a new layer of strangeness settled upon us. There were no other signs. None. There were no footprints around the base of the tree, save for our own. The thick carpet of pine needles was undisturbed. There were no broken branches, no scuff marks on the trunk, no discarded items. There was no sign of a struggle, no sign that Arthur Finch had ever been here at all, except for the single, damning piece of evidence hanging high above our heads. The K9 unit arrived 20 minutes later, a German shepherd named Zeus with his handler, a stoic woman named Sarah. Zeus was one of the best dogs on the force, with a legendary nose. Sarah led him toward the tree. He lost the scent trail about a quarter-mile back that way. She said, pointing in the direction we'd come from, just stopped. Let's see if he can pick anything up here. But Zeus behaved strangely. As he got within 50 feet of the pine tree, he slowed, the fur on his back bristling. He let out a low whine, planting his paws and refusing to go any further. He tugged against his lead, trying to back away, his eyes fixed on the dark canopy above. "What's with him?" I asked. Sarah admitted, her brow furrowed with concern. "I've never seen him like this. He's spooked." She tried to coax him forward, but the dog whined again, a higher, more distressed sound this time, and looked up at her with pleading eyes. He would not go near that tree. The scent of Arthur Finch had led us into the woods, but it had vanished into nothingness long before this spot. Whatever was at this tree, the dog wanted no part of it. The task of retrieving the walking stick fell to Kevin, our youngest and most agile member. It was a difficult, dangerous climb. The lowest branches were a good 20 feet up, and the trunk was too wide to get a good grip on. He had to use climbing spurs and a harness, slowly, methodically working his way up the massive trunk like an ant scaling a mountain. We stood below, lighting his path, our necks craned, watching his slow ascent. The silence returned, broken only by the rhythmic thunk of Kevin's spurs biting into the bark and his own labored breathing. The higher he got, the more the scale of the scene felt wrong. He looked tiny and vulnerable against the colossal tree. The walking stick, when he finally reached the branch, seemed to mock him, hanging there placidly in the beam of his headlamp. "Okay, I'm at the branch," he said over the radio, his voice tight. This is really weird, guys." "What do you see?" Mac asked. "The strap is perfect. It's not twisted or frayed. It's just looped, like you'd hang it on a coat rack. There's no sap on it. No scratches on the branch around it. I have to unhook it." He shimmied out onto the thick branch, secured his safety line, and carefully worked the leather strap free. He attached the walking stick to a clip on his harness and began his slow, careful descent. When his feet finally touched the ground, he was pale and breathing hard. He unclipped the stick and handed it to Mac with an air of reverence, as if it were a holy relic. We crowded around, our lights focused on it. It was exactly as Eleanor Finch had described, a beautiful piece of hickory worn smooth with use. And there on the handle were the crudely but lovingly carved initials AF. There was no blood on it. No dirt, no sign of a struggle. It was just a walking stick. But holding it there, in the oppressive silence of the forest, it felt like something else entirely. It felt like a message we couldn't understand. We searched for 3 more hours that night. We expanded the grid, calling his name until our throats were raw. We found nothing. It was as if the forest had opened up, swallowed a man whole, and left behind only this single, impossible token. The decision was made to suspend the search at 2 a.m. We were exhausted, our minds reeling, and pushing further into the darkness without any new leads was pointless and dangerous. The walk back to the command post was the quietest I have ever experienced. The usual post-search chatter was gone. No one joked. No one complained. We just walked, lost in our own thoughts, the beams of our headlamps cutting lonely paths through the darkness. The woods felt different now. The familiar trees seemed to take on monstrous shapes in the periphery. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret. When we broke through the tree line, the lights and activity of the staging area felt like a different world. Eleanor was still there, wrapped in a blanket in the back of a sheriff's car, her face a mask of sleepless anguish. Mac walked over to her, holding the walking stick. I couldn't bring myself to watch. Telling a family member you found something is hard. Telling them you found something in a way that offers no hope, only 100 terrifying new questions, is a cruelty I wouldn't wish on anyone. I went back to my truck, my body aching and my mind numb. I sat in the driver's seat, the engine off, just staring back at the impenetrable wall of black that was the forest edge. We had a man's last known possession. We knew with chilling certainty the last patch of ground he had possibly stood on. And yet we were further away from finding him than when we had started. The logic of our world had been peeled back, and we had been shown something underneath that was ancient and incomprehensible. We would be back at sunrise to continue the search. But I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that we weren't looking for Arthur Finch anymore. We were just walking through the woods where he had ceased to be. Sleep didn't come that night. I doubt it came for any of us. When my alarm went off at 5 a.m., it felt less like waking up and more like surfacing from a dark, troubled dream. The short drive back to the Pine Creek trailhead was surreal. The world was going about its business. People commuting to work, school buses making their rounds, all under a placid, ordinary sunrise. Yet I felt completely disconnected from it, as if I were driving toward a tear in the fabric of reality, a place where the normal rules had been suspended. The atmosphere at the command post was starkly different from the day before. The frantic energy was gone, replaced by a quiet, grim professionalism. More teams had been called in from neighboring counties, fresh faces who hadn't stood at the base of that tree. They looked at us, the initial team, with a mixture of curiosity and pity. We were the ones who had seen it. We were the ones who had been touched by the strangeness. Mac gathered us for a briefing. His face was etched with exhaustion, but his voice was steady. "We're expanding the search grid to 5 square miles," he said, his finger tracing a wide circle on the topographical map. "High probability areas first. Ravines, creek beds, rockfalls. We're treating this as a recovery mission now." No one flinched at the word recovery. It was what we had all been thinking. The hope of finding Arthur Finch alive had evaporated in the darkness beneath that pine tree. The goal now was to bring him home, to give his family some semblance of closure. But even as we nodded and took our assignments, we all knew this was different. How do you recover someone who has vanished without a trace, leaving behind only an object that defies gravity and logic? The next 3 days were a special kind of hell. We combed through that forest with a fine-toothed comb. We rappelled into ravines so deep the sunlight never touched the bottom. We waded through icy creeks, our eyes scanning the banks for any sign of displaced earth or snagged clothing. We formed long lines and walked shoulder to shoulder through the densest thickets, a human dragnet designed to find anything out of the ordinary. We found nothing. Not a single fiber from his clothing. Not another footprint. Not a single drop of blood. It was beyond belief. A man, an 82-year-old man with a history of seizures, cannot simply walk into 5 square miles of dense wilderness and leave no trace. It's impossible. Humans are clumsy creatures. We break branches. We scuff the ground. We drop things. Arthur Finch had done none of these. The forest had been wiped clean of his existence. The tree became a silent, looming sentinel at the center of our search. We kept returning to it, as if it held the answer. We photographed it from every angle. Geologists were brought in to examine the ground, botanists to study the bark. They found nothing unusual. It was just a tree. An old, massive pine tree that had stood there for centuries, guarding a secret it would not share. The story of the walking stick began to leak out, as these things always do. It became a whisper among the search teams, a piece of unsettling lore. The new teams would ask us about it, their voices low. Is it true? About the walking stick. We would just nod, our faces blank. How could we explain the feeling of standing there? How could we describe the profound sense of wrongness that permeated the air around that spot? By the 4th day, the search was officially scaled back. The professionals were pulling out, leaving it to local volunteers to conduct periodic sweeps. We all knew what it meant. It was a quiet admission of defeat. The wilderness had won. I saw Eleanor Finch one last time. She was at the command post as we were packing up our gear. She looked smaller, more fragile than ever. She came over to me and Mac, her eyes holding a deep, soul-crushing sadness, but also a strange kind of peace. "Thanks," she said, her voice soft. "Thank you for trying so hard." Mac, a man I'd never seen show more emotion than a grimace, struggled to find words. "I'm sorry, Eleanor." So sorry we couldn't find him." She reached out and touched the sleeve of his shirt. "I don't think you ever could have," she said, her gaze drifting toward the dark wall of trees. "Arthur, he always loved the woods. He said he felt a kind of peace in them, a quietness he couldn't find anywhere else. He said it felt like coming home." She paused, then added something that I will never forget. "Maybe he just found a door that the rest of us can't see." She turned and walked away, leaving us standing there with the weight of her words. A door the rest of us can't see. It was a more comforting thought than any of the logical explanations we had tried to force onto the situation. A fall, an animal attack, a tragic accident. Those were all terrible, but they were understandable. They belonged to our world. What happened to Arthur Finch did not. I quit the SAR team about 6 months after that. I tried to stick with it, to go on other calls. But something had broken in me. I could no longer look at the wilderness as a neutral place. When I looked at the trees, I felt like they were looking back. The silence of the forest no longer felt peaceful. It felt watchful. The case of Arthur Finch had poisoned it for me. It had peeled back the curtain of the known world and shown me that there are things out there, deep in the shadows of the wild places, that we are not meant to understand. Years have passed. The official report lists Arthur Finch as presumed deceased because of disappearance unknown. His case is a cold file in a cabinet somewhere. But for those of us who were there, for those of us who stood at the base of that impossible tree, it's not cold at all. It's a memory that burns. It's the story I tell myself when I can't sleep. A reminder that the map of our world is vast, empty spaces marked, here be monsters. And sometimes they leave things behind not as a clue, but as a statement, a perfectly placed walking stick, hanging from a branch 40 feet in the air, a final, silent testament to a man who stepped through a door that only he could see. My official title, the one engraved on the small brass nameplate I wore over my heart, was Protection Ranger Olivia Calloway, assigned to the Yellowstone National Park District for the fall and winter season. It was a title I had worked tirelessly to earn, a symbol of a deep, seated desire to be a guardian of something vast, ancient and untamed. Most people see the uniform, the flat-brimmed hat, the sturdy green trousers, the badge that gleams in the sun, and they think of authority, of rules and regulations. For me, it was a pledge, a promise to stand as a quiet sentinel for the wild heart of America, to be a buffer between its fragile wonders and the millions who came to witness them. Yellowstone in the summer is a force of nature in itself, a vibrant, chaotic symphony of life. The air thrums with the chatter of a dozen languages, the delighted shrieks of children seeing their first bison, the incessant click of camera shutters, and the low rumble of RVs navigating the winding park roads. It's a place of constant motion, a river of humanity flowing through a landscape of geological marvels. But when the first heavy snows of September begin to dust the caldera, a profound transformation occurs. The river of people dwindles to a trickle, then vanishes altogether. The concession stands board up their windows, the campgrounds fall silent, and a quiet that is deeper and more absolute than any I have ever known settles over the land. This was the Yellowstone I had signed up for, the raw, unfiltered version. My duties shifted with the seasons. Gone were the days of managing traffic jams, caused by a bear sighting or reminding tourists not to get too close to a geothermal feature. The off-season was a time of introspection and immense responsibility. My work involved long, solitary patrols, checking the structural integrity of buildings under the weight of snow, monitoring wildlife patterns, and ensuring the park's infrastructure was secure, waiting for the return of the sun and the crowds. Among my responsibilities was the late-night security check of the park's main buildings in the Old Faithful area. This included the visitor center, the gift shops, and the most daunting of all, the Old Faithful Inn. Even in the bright light of a summer day, the inn possesses a formidable presence. Opened in 1904, it is considered the largest log structure in the world, a masterpiece of rustic architecture, often called parkitecture. Its gnarled, lodgepole pine skeleton rises 7 stories, culminating in a steeply pitched roof designed to shed the crushing weight of a Wyoming winter. The grand lobby is a cathedral of wood, with a massive rhyolite fireplace standing 85 feet tall. It's stone blackened by more than a century of fires. Balconies and walkways made of twisted, polished logs crisscross the immense open space, creating a labyrinth of shadows and light. In the summer, this lobby is a hive of activity. Guests lounge in the oversized armchairs, children race across the polished floors, and the air is filled with the murmur of conversations and the scent of wood smoke and popcorn. But in the dead of winter, it's a different beast entirely. It becomes a hollow, echoing chamber, a sleeping giant whose snores are the groans of wood contracting in the bitter cold, and the mournful howl of wind whistling through the eaves. My late night checks were a solitary ritual. I'd usually begin around midnight, after completing my reports in the warmth of the ranger station. The drive to the inn was an experience in itself. The world outside my truck was a monochrome landscape of white snow and black sky, the only color coming from the brilliant diamond dust spray of stars overhead. The air was so cold it felt solid, a physical presence against the windows. Stepping out of the vehicle, the silence was the first thing that hit you. It wasn't just an absence of noise, it was a presence, a heavy blanket that muffled everything, including the sound of your own breathing. The first few weeks, the checks were routine, almost mundane. I had a master key that opened every door, a heavy ring of brass that felt like a key to a forgotten kingdom. I'd walk the perimeter first, my high-powered flashlight beam cutting a clean cone through the darkness, making the snow crystals glitter. I'd check the main doors, the kitchen entrance, the service corridors, ensuring they were all locked and secure. Then I would enter the giant itself. The moment the heavy main door clicked shut behind me, I was in another world. The air inside was still and frigid, carrying the faint, pleasant scent of old wood and cold stone. My footsteps on the flagstone floor of the entranceway seemed sacrilegiously loud, each one echoing up into the cavernous space of the lobby. I would follow a set path, a routine that brought a small measure of comfort in the overwhelming emptiness. First, the ground floor of the dining room, with its chairs all neatly stacked on tables like skeletal figures in the dark. The kitchen, a stainless steel maze that gleamed coldly in my flashlight beam. The gift shop, where the shadows played tricks, making a rack of t-shirts look like a hunched figure. Then, I would ascend to the upper floors, the guest wings. The inn has hundreds of rooms, and in the off-season, they were all empty, locked, and silent. The hallways were long and narrow, carpeted in thick runners that absorbed the sound of my boots. The only noise was the rhythmic creak of the floorboards, the building breathing around me. It was easy to let your imagination run wild in a place like that. Every gust of wind rattling a window pane, every pop of a steam pipe in the ancient heating system could be misinterpreted by a mind primed for solitude. I considered myself a rational, grounded person. The wilderness teaches you practicality. You learn to identify sounds, to distinguish the cry of a fox from the scream of a mountain lion, the rustle of a mouse from the shuffle of a bear. I applied the same logic here. The inn was old. Old buildings make noise. It was as simple as that. We rangers had our stories, of course. We were the keepers of the park's lore, both natural and otherwise. The most famous was the legend of the Headless Bride. The tale, polished and perfected for tourist consumption, was set in the 1920s. A wealthy young woman from back east had married a man her family disapproved of. They came to the Old Faithful Inn for their honeymoon. The story goes that her new husband, interested only in her fortune, murdered her in their room, decapitated her, and fled with her money. Her ghost, they say, still wanders the upper floors, a figure in a white wedding dress, forever searching for her head. We tell the story with a theatrical flair around a campfire, enjoying the gasps from the crowd. To us, it was just that, story, a piece of folklore that added to the mystique of the place. None of us, not the grizzled veterans who had worked in Yellowstone for 30 years, nor the fresh-faced seasonal rookies like me, truly believed it. It was fun, but it wasn't real. That is, until one night in late November. A storm had blown in, a thick, wet blizzard that clung to every surface and reduced visibility to near zero. The wind was a living thing, a shrieking banshee that threw itself against the walls of the inn with a relentless fury. The security check that night felt different. The usual comforting silence was replaced by a cacophony of groans, whistles, and violent rattles. The entire structure seemed to be in agony, straining against the storm. I finished the ground floor, my light cutting through the oppressive darkness, and made my way to the old house, the original section of the hotel where the legend was centered. As I climbed the grand staircase to the second floor corridor, the noise of the storm seemed to fade slightly, muted by the thick log walls. The air up here was colder, stiller. I began my walk down the long hall, my flashlight beam dancing over the numbered doors, each one locked and empty. The floorboards groaned their familiar complaints under my weight. I was about halfway down the corridor when I heard it. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the creak of wood or the rattle of a window. It was a sound that did not belong. It was the sound of a woman weeping. It was soft but utterly clear. A sound of profound, heartbreaking sorrow, and it was coming from just ahead of me, from behind one of the guest room doors. Time seemed to freeze in that long, dark corridor. Every rational instinct, every piece of training I had ever received, screamed for a logical explanation. My mind raced, frantically sifting through possibilities, each one more unlikely than the last. A squatter. Impossible. I had personally overseen the winterization of the inn weeks ago. Every window was latched, every door bolted. No one could get in without a key, and I had the only one, a lost hiker who had somehow broken in, suffering from hypothermia. The storm was ferocious, it was conceivable. But the sound wasn't one of physical pain or delirium. It was a pure, unadulterated sound of grief, intimate and devastatingly human. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the oppressive silence that had fallen once more. The weeping had stopped as suddenly as it had begun. I stood motionless, straining my ears, listening for anything. A cough, a shuffle, the slightest indication of a living person. There was nothing. Only the distant, muffled howl of the blizzard and the steady, rhythmic creaking of the inn's ancient bones. My training took over, pushing back the cold tendrils of fear that were creeping up my spine. I was a protection ranger. This was my post. An anomaly had occurred, and it was my duty to investigate it methodically. I unclipped the radio from my shoulder strap, my thumb hovering over the transmit button. Who would I even call? What would I say? "Dispatch, this is Ranger Calloway. I have an unidentified weeping in the old house. Please advise." They would think I was losing my mind. No, I had to handle this myself first. I had to rule out every logical possibility before escalating it. My flashlight beam, which had felt like a powerful tool just moments before, now seemed flimsy and inadequate. I swept its light over the door the sound had come from, room 217. The brass numbers were dull and tarnished. The door was solid wood, dark and imposing. I took a deep breath, the frigid air stinging my lungs, and approached it. My boots made no sound on the thick carpet runner. I reached out a gloved hand, my fingers hesitating just inches from the cold brass doorknob. I expected it to be vibrating, to feel some residual energy from the sorrow it had contained. It was just cold, inert metal. I pressed my ear against the thick wood of the door, holding my breath. Silence. Absolute, profound silence. It was as if the sound had never happened, a phantom echo in the cavernous building. But I had heard it. I knew I had. The clarity of it was seared into my memory. I shone my light on the lock. It was undisturbed. I pulled out my logbook and my master key ring. The logbook confirmed what I already knew. Room 217, like all the others in this wing, was officially empty, locked, and secured for the winter. Just to be certain, I selected the heavy brass key for the old house guest rooms. It slid into the lock with a oil click. I turned it. The mechanism inside the old lock tumbled with a loud, grating noise that seemed to shatter the stillness. I pushed the door open. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness inside, revealing a scene of perfect, undisturbed order. The bed was neatly made, covered with a thick, protective plastic sheet. The armchair in the corner was shrouded in a white dust cover, looking like a seated ghost. A thin layer of dust coated every surface. The air was stale and colder than the hallway, the kind of deep cold that settles into a space that has been uninhabited for a long time. No footprints disturbed the dust on the floor. The window was latched securely, frost feathering the inside of the glass. There was no one here. There was no sign that anyone had been here for months. A shiver, completely unrelated to the cold, traced its way down my spine. I backed out of the room, pulling the door shut, the sound of the latch clicking back into place unnervingly loud. I stood in the hallway, my mind a whirlwind of confusion and self-doubt. Had I imagined it? Was the solitude finally getting to me? The wind, the groaning wood, the strain of being alone in this immense, isolated place. Could my brain have simply manufactured the sound? It was the most logical explanation. And yet it felt wrong. The sound had been too real, too specific. I shook my head, trying to clear it. I had a job to do. I had to finish the patrol. I turned to continue my walk down the corridor, my light sweeping ahead of me. And that's when I saw it. At the far end of the hall, where it turned a corner toward the west wing, there was a flicker of movement. It was brief, almost subliminal, but my eyes, trained to spot the slightest motion of wildlife in a dense forest, caught it instantly. My flashlight beam shot to the spot. For a split second, I saw a figure. It was tall and slender, and it was wearing something long and pale that seemed to float rather than hang. I couldn't make out a face or any distinct features, only the silhouette and the unmistakable impression of a long, white dress. Before I could process what I was seeing, the figure glided silently around the corner and disappeared from view. This time there was no ambiguity. It wasn't a sound I could dismiss as a trick of the wind. It was a physical presence. Adrenaline surged through me, hot and sharp, erasing all fear and replacing it with pure, focused intent.
Federal agent, stop!
I yelled, my voice sounding strange and thin in the vast emptiness. I didn't wait for a response. I broke into a run, my heavy boots pounding on the carpet, my flashlight held out in front of me like a weapon. The long corridor seemed to stretch on forever. The air rushed past my face, cold and sharp. I reached the corner in a matter of seconds, my shoulder brushing against the log wall as I swung around, expecting to confront whoever was there. The hallway was empty. It stretched out before me, identical to the one I had just left. A long, silent passage lined with dark, numbered doors. There was nowhere to hide. The doors were all closed. There were no alcoves, no closets, no furniture to duck behind. I swept my light back and forth, from floor to ceiling, my beam cutting frantic, desperate arcs in the darkness. Nothing. Just the endless repetition of wood and shadow. My breath came in ragged gasps. I stood there heart pounding, listening. The silence that answered was absolute. It was a mocking, defiant silence. The person, the thing, was gone. It had vanished into thin air. My mind refused to accept it. I started trying doors, pulling on the cold, unyielding knobs. Locked every single one. I ran to the end of this new corridor, where it met a stairwell. I threw the fire door open. The concrete stairwell was empty, echoing and cold. I listened for footsteps on the stairs above or below me. Nothing. Slowly, I walked back to the spot where the figure had disappeared. I scrutinized every inch of the floor, the walls, the ceiling. There were no secret panels, no hidden doorways. It was impossible. A person cannot simply cease to exist. And then the story came rushing back into my mind, no longer a quaint piece of tourist folklore, but a chilling, terrifying possibility. The legend of the headless bride. A woman in a long white dress, murdered in the 1920s, forever wandering the upper floors. Standing there alone in the dead of a blizzard-swept night, with the echo of phantom weeping in my ears, and the impossible image of a disappearing figure burned into my retinas, the story didn't feel like a story anymore. It felt like a report, an eyewitness account. I slowly, deliberately forced myself to complete the rest of my security check, my body moving on autopilot. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. Every creak of the hotel seemed to be a footstep behind me. The vast, familiar building had transformed into a hostile, alien landscape. I was no longer a sentinel guarding a sleeping giant. I was a trespasser in a place that was very much awake. Getting out of the Old Faithful Inn became the single most important objective of my life. The rest of the security check was a blur, a series of mechanical actions performed by a body that my mind had disconnected from. I was hyper-aware of every sound, every flicker of shadow. The familiar groans of the building no longer sounded like an old structure settling. They sounded like growls. The wind whistling through the eaves was no longer just weather. It was a mournful cry that seemed to seep through the very logs themselves. I didn't run, but my pace was clipped and efficient, my movements precise. I was a soldier retreating from a battle I hadn't known I was fighting, and had decisively lost. My hand trembled as I inserted the master key into the main entrance lock one last time to secure it from the outside. The solid, definitive thunk of the deadbolt sliding into place was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. It was the sound of a barrier being placed between me and the impossible thing I had left inside. I didn't look back. I walked briskly through the driving snow to my truck, the beam of my flashlight cutting a frantic path in front of me. I felt 1,000 unseen eyes on my back. The moment I was inside the cab, I locked the doors, the sound of the locks clicking down echoing the finality of the bolt on the inn's door. I sat there for a moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. My breath fogged up the windshield. The engine turning over was a roar of modern, mechanical reality in a world that had suddenly become steeped in ancient, terrifying myth. The short drive back to the ranger station was the longest of my life. The windshield wipers fought a losing battle against the thick, wet snow, creating a hypnotic, disorienting rhythm. Every few seconds, my eyes would dart to the rearview mirror, a primal, irrational fear gripping me that I would see a pale figure in a white dress sitting silently in the back seat. Back in the fluorescent, lit safety of my small office at the ranger station, the warmth felt alien. I made a cup of coffee, the mundane ritual a desperate attempt to ground myself. My hands still shook as I brought the mug to my lips. Then came the dreaded task, the nightly log. My entire career was built on accuracy, on factual, dispassionate reporting. How could I log what I had experienced? 2:05 a.m. Heard the unidentified auditory phenomenon consistent with human weeping emanating from room 217. 2:06 a.m. witnessed a transient, unidentified apparition in the second floor corridor of the old house. Pursuit was unsuccessful as subject dematerialized. It was unthinkable. I would be ordered to take a leave of absence, sent for a psychological evaluation. My career as a ranger, the only thing I had ever wanted, would be over before it had truly begun. So I compromised. I lied through omission, a skill every person in a uniform learns to master. My entry for the night was sparse, clinical, and just vague enough to be professionally acceptable. No 200, 300 Old Faithful insecurity check. All external and internal access points secured. Building integrity maintained despite severe weather conditions. Noted anomalous sounds on the second floor of the old house, likely attributable to wind stress on the structure. A complete sweep of the area revealed no signs of unauthorized entry or presence. All clear. It felt like a betrayal of the truth, a cowardly retreat. But it was the only sane choice. I stared at the words "all clear" for a long time. It was the biggest lie I had ever written. Sleep did not come that night. I lay in my bunk, staring at the ceiling, the events of the night replaying in a torturous loop. The sound of the weeping. The empty, dust-filled room. The fleeting image of the white dress. The impossible, vanishing act. I tried to rationalize it again and again, to find the flaw in my perception, the trick of light and shadow, the hallucination brought on by stress and isolation. But the explanation felt hollow, a thin blanket of logic trying to cover a gaping hole of terrifying reality. The next morning, I saw my supervisor, a senior ranger named Dave, a man who looked like he had been carved from the same granite as the mountains. He had worked in Yellowstone for over 30 years and had a calm, unshakable demeanor. I found him by the fleet garage, checking the snow chains on a patrol vehicle. "Rough night out there," he said, not looking up from his work. His voice was a low rumble. The wind was something else. I replied, my voice carefully neutral. The inn was really groaning. He grunted in agreement. I hesitated, then decided to take a chance. I began trying to sound casual. I was thinking about those old stories we tell the tourists. The one about the bride in the inn. Dave stopped what he was doing and slowly straightened up. He looked at me, his eyes, the color of a pale winter sky, seeming to look right through me. He didn't smile. He didn't dismiss it. He just held my gaze. "Some stories aren't for the tourists, Calloway," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "Some places, they hold on to things, echoes. You work here long enough, you learn that this park is more than just rocks and trees and animals. It's old, and it remembers." He told me that over his 30 years, he'd heard things. A handful of other rangers, always during the off-season, always during late-night checks, had reported oddities. A child's laughter in the empty visitor center. The faint sound of a piano playing in the locked dining room of the inn. A maintenance worker who swore he saw a man in old-fashioned clothing walk through a solid wall in the basement. None of it ever made it into an official report. It was a silent understanding among the old guard, a knowledge passed down in quiet conversations, not in official manuals. It was a part of the park you didn't fight, you just respected. You acknowledged its presence and gave it a wide berth. You did your check, you made sure the building was secure. "You did your job," he said, his gaze unwavering. "Whatever else you saw or heard, that's the park's business, not ours." He then turned back to the snow chains, and the conversation was over. I finished my season in Yellowstone. I never requested another night security check at the inn, and no one ever asked me to do one. I did my job, patrolled the vast, silent wilderness, and counted the days until the spring thaw. But something inside me had fundamentally shifted. The world was no longer the neat, orderly, scientific place I had once believed it to be. A door had been opened that night in the old house, a door to a reality I didn't understand and didn't want to. I left the park service the following year. I couldn't shake the feeling of being a trespasser. I couldn't shake the memory of that sorrowful weeping, or the chilling emptiness of that hallway. The legend of the headless bride is something they still tell tourists for fun around the campfire. But for me, it will never be just a story. It's a memory, a warning. A confirmation that there are some places deep in the wild heart of the world where the past is not dead, it's not even past. And sometimes, if you're alone in the dark, it will reach out and let you know you are not the only one there. My name is Peter Harding. It's a name that feels like it belongs to someone else now, a ghost from a life I no longer recognize. But back then, it was a name I carried with pride. At 24 years old, I had just graduated with a degree in forestry and landed my first real job with the National Park Service. It felt like the culmination of a lifelong dream, a dream born from childhood camping trips and a deep, abiding love for the untamed wilderness of North America. I wasn't just looking for a job, I was answering a calling. My official title was forestry technician, but the role was, for all intents and purposes, that of a fire lookout. My posting was at the Two Forks Watchtower in the more remote, seldom visited northern sector of the sprawling Arrowhead National Forest. The name itself sounded like something out of an old western, a place of rugged beauty and splendid isolation. During the briefing in the main ranger station, a bustling, friendly place smelling of pine cleaner and brewing coffee, my supervisor, a stout man named Henderson, had spread a large topographical map across his desk. He tapped a small, circled point in a vast sea of green. "That's you," he'd said, his voice practical and devoid of sentiment. "You're our eyes and ears for the fire season. It's a solo gig. You'll have supplies for 3 months. Radio in every morning and every evening. Any sign of smoke, you call it in immediately. Simple as that." To me, it sounded like paradise. 3 months of solitude surrounded by nothing but millions of acres of pine, fir, and aspen. 3 months to read, to think, to simply be in the heart of the nature I so revered. I saw it as a rite of passage, a trial by silence that would solidify my identity as a true woodsman. The drive to the tower took the better part of a day, transitioning from paved highway to graded dirt road, and finally to a deeply rutted track that was little more than 2 tire, with paths carved through the undergrowth. The man I was replacing was waiting for me at the base of the tower. His name was Miller, and he looked nothing like the seasoned, hardy rangers I had pictured. He was gaunt, with a pale, clammy complexion that spoke of too much time spent indoors, which was ironic given his location. His eyes, dark and sunken, darted around nervously, never quite settling on me, instead scanning the tree line as if expecting an imminent attack. His hands trembled as he passed me a heavy ring of keys. "She's all yours," he mumbled, his voice a dry rasp. He gestured vaguely up at the steel behemoth that rose 100 feet into the sky. "Everything's stocked. The logbook is on the desk." I try to make some friendly conversation to build a bridge between the outgoing and incoming sentinels of this lonely post. "So, how was the season for you? Pretty quiet, I imagine." A strange, humorless smile flickered across his lips. It didn't reach his eyes. Quiet isn't the word I'd use. He leaned in closer, his breath smelling of stale coffee and something else, something sour like fear. He lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "A piece of advice, kid. Don't trust the radio." I must have looked confused, because he just shook his head, the smile vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. "You'll see." Without another word, he threw his duffel bag into the back of a beat-up truck that looked as wary as he did, climbed in, and drove away, leaving me in a cloud of dust and profound unease. "Don't trust the radio." The words echoed in my mind as I began the long climb up the tower's metal staircase. What could he have meant? Was it faulty? Prone to static? I dismissed it as the rambling of a man suffering from profound cabin fever. 3 months alone could probably make anyone a little strange. I was different, I told myself. I was prepared for the solitude. I craved it. The living space at the top was a single 14 by 14-foot room, encased in glass windows on all 4 sides, offering a breathtaking 360-degree panorama of the forest. A bed was bolted to the floor in one corner, a small kitchenette in another, and in the center of it all, the map table and the radio equipment. It was Spartan, functional, and to me it was perfect. The view was staggering. I could see for miles in every direction, a rolling carpet of green and gray, punctuated by the granite peaks of distant mountains. I felt like a king in his castle, the sole guardian of an immense, silent kingdom. The first week was idyllic. I fell into a comfortable routine. I'd wake with the sun, make coffee, and perform my morning check in with the main station. The disembodied voice of the dispatcher, a friendly woman named Sarah, was a comforting, predictable part of my day. I'd spend hours just watching, scanning the horizon with my binoculars for the faintest wisp of smoke, meticulously recording weather data, and making notes in the logbook. The silence was absolute, broken only by the wind whistling around the tower or the distant cry of a hawk. I felt a deep sense of peace, a connection to the raw, ancient pulse of the land. It was on the 8th night that it started. I was reading by the light of a propane lamp, the wind moaning softly outside. The radio, which had been silent since my evening check-in, crackled to life. I didn't think much of it at first. Atmospheric interference was common. But then, through the hiss and pop of the static, a voice emerged. It was my own. Sky is clear, visibility about 80 miles. Wind is out of the west at about 5 knots. All quiet at 2 forks. I froze, the book slipping from my fingers. It was a perfect recording of my morning report from 12 hours earlier. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. I reached out and switched the radio off, my hand shaking slightly. It has to be a technical glitch, I reasoned. A crossed wire, some kind of freak atmospheric echo. The equipment was old. That had to be it. I tried to rationalize the event, to fit it into a logical box, but a seed of doubt had been planted. Miller's haunted face flashed in my mind. Don't trust the radio. For the next 2 days, nothing happened. The radio behaved perfectly. I started to relax, convincing myself that the incident had been a one-off anomaly. I chided myself for being so jumpy, for letting the words of a burnt out ranger get to me. Then, on the 10th night, it happened again. This time, I was making a late dinner, humming a half-remembered tune from the radio in my car. The speaker crackled, and through the static, I heard myself humming the exact same tune, a perfect, crystal clear recording. But this was impossible. I hadn't hummed it aloud during any of my transmissions. I hadn't been near the microphone. It was as if the radio had somehow plucked the tune directly from my thoughts. The feeling of peace I had cultivated evaporated, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. I was being watched, or worse, listened to. The tower, which had felt like a sanctuary, now felt like a glass cage. The vast, beautiful wilderness outside no longer seemed benign. The deep shadows between the trees held a new menace. The phenomenon began to escalate. It was no longer just playing back things from hours or days ago. The delay was shrinking. I'd muttered to myself about the dropping temperature, and a few minutes later, the radio would repeat my words. Getting cold in here, my own voice would say, mocking me from the speaker. I started to feel like a lab rat in some bizarre experiment. I stopped talking to myself, stopped humming, terrified of what I might hear repeated back to me. The silence in the cabin became a heavy, oppressive thing. The breaking point, the moment that shattered my sanity and plunged me into true terror, came about 3 weeks into my stay. I was sitting at the map table trying to focus on a novel, but my eyes kept flicking to the silent radio. The sun had set, and the world outside was a deep, inky black. I decided to make a cup of tea, a small act of normalcy in a world that was rapidly losing its coherence. I stood up, stretched, and said aloud to the empty room, my voice sounding thin and reedy, I think it's time for some tea. A split second before the words left my lips, the radio crackled. A voice, my voice, but flatter, deader, issued from the speaker. I think it's time for some tea. I stumbled back, a cry of pure shock catching in my throat. My mind reeled, unable to process what had just happened. This wasn't a recording. This wasn't an echo. This was precognition. The radio knew what I was going to say before I said it. The laws of cause and effect had been inverted in my tiny glass box in the sky. It felt like a fundamental violation of reality. That night I didn't sleep. I sat on my bed, wrapped in a blanket, watching the radio as if it were a venomous snake coiled to strike. The fear was a living thing inside me, cold and heavy in my gut. And just as the first, faint light of dawn began to bleed across the eastern horizon, the radio spoke one last time. It wasn't my voice. It was a whisper, a dry, sibilant sound like dead leaves skittering across pavement. It was ancient and filled with a chilling, patient malice. And it whispered a single word, Peter. The single word hung in the dead air of the cabin, an icy needle piercing the fragile shell of my sanity. It wasn't a question or a statement. It was a declaration of ownership. The voice, dry and ancient, knew me. In that moment, the vast, impersonal wilderness I had so admired ceased to be neutral. It had focused its attention squarely on me, and its first utterance was my name. My reaction was primal. A strangled gasp escaped my lips, and I scrambled backward, away from the radio. My body hit in the cold glass of the window with a thud. My eyes were locked on the speaker grill, expecting something to emerge from it. A shape, a wisp of smoke, anything. But there was only the silent, mocking machine. My training, my logic, my carefully constructed worldview, all of it shattered. This was not a technical malfunction. This was not cabin fever. This was something else, something impossible and malevolent. My first coherent thought was to silence it. I lunged across the small room, my hands fumbling for the power cord. With a frantic yank, I ripped it from the wall socket. The small power light on the unit winked out. I stood there, panting in the pre-dawn gloom, my heart thundering in my ears. The silence that followed was somehow heavier, more menacing than the static had ever been. I had cut it off, but the feeling of being listened to, of being known remained. It was in the room with me, a silent passenger in my glass cage. Sleep was no longer an option. The sun rose, painting the forest in glorious hues of orange and gold, but the beauty was lost on me. It felt like a mockery. The tower of my proud kingdom had become a prison, a stage for my personal torment. I couldn't stay inside. The four glass walls felt like they were closing in, the silence amplifying every frantic beat of my heart. I needed to move, to feel the solid earth under my boots, to do the job I was sent here to do. I needed to pretend, if only for a few hours, that I was still Peter Harding, forestry technician, and not a terrified man losing his mind. I decided to patrol. It was an excuse to escape the suffocating atmosphere of the cabin. I grabbed my pack, my compass, and my map, and practically ran down the 100-foot staircase, not daring to look back. At the bottom, I breathed in the crisp morning air, the scent of pine and damp earth, a welcome dose of reality. I chose the East Ridge Trail, a simple 5-mile loop I had hiked during my first idyllic week. I knew its every twist and turn, every landmark. The lightning-scarred pine at the first mile marker, the cluster of granite boulders that looked like sleeping giants, the small stream I had to cross on a mossy log. It was familiar territory, a known quantity. The first hour of the hike was almost therapeutic. The physical exertion was a welcome distraction. The sun on my face and the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the trail began to soothe my frayed nerves. I started to think that maybe I had overreacted. Maybe the stress, the isolation, had caused an auditory hallucination. The mind can play powerful tricks, I told myself. Miller was just a guy who couldn't handle the solitude, and I had let his paranoia infect me. It was when I reached the spot where the lightning-scarred pine should have been that the fragile illusion of normalcy crumbled. It was just gone. I stopped, my brow furrowed in confusion. This was the main trail marker. It was unmistakable, a massive ponderosa pine, half of its trunk blackened and stripped of bark. I checked my compass. I was heading due east exactly as I should be. I looked at my map. The trail was clearly marked, but the tree wasn't there. In its place stood a perfectly healthy, unremarkable fir tree, one I had never seen before. A cold knot of anxiety tightened in my stomach. I pushed on, telling myself I must have been mistaken, that my memory was playing tricks on me. But the discrepancies mounted. The trail began to feel alien. The gentle, familiar slope steepened into a grueling climb. The cluster of granite boulders was nowhere to be seen. I walked for another hour, my confusion curdling into a growing sense of dread. According to my map and my pace, I should have been nearing the stream, the halfway point of the loop. Instead, the trail simply ended. It didn't fork. It didn't fade out. It just stopped, as if the hand that had drawn the forest had lifted its pen. Before me was nothing but a dense, impenetrable wall of thorny undergrowth. Panic began to bubble in my chest. I turned around, intending to retrace my steps back to the tower. But the path behind me was not the one I had just walked. It looked different, darker, more overgrown. The very air seemed to have changed, becoming thick and heavy. The cheerful sounds of the morning forest had fallen silent. There were no birds, no chattering squirrels, just a profound and unnerving stillness. It felt like the forest was holding its breath. I pulled out my compass again. The needle spun wildly, rotating in a smooth, steady circle, completely untethered from the planet's magnetic field. It was useless. I was lost. Not just lost in the conventional sense. I was adrift in a place that was actively rewriting its own geography. The forest wasn't just a collection of trees, it was a single entity, and it was playing with me. It had let me walk just far enough to feel safe before changing the rules. I fought back the terror, forcing myself to rely on the most basic survival instinct, follow the sun. It was still morning, so the sun was in the east. The tower was to my west. I turned my back to the sun and started walking, crashing through the undergrowth, ignoring the branches that clawed at my face and clothes. Every step was an act of will. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming now, a physical pressure on my back. I felt like a mouse being observed by a cat that was in no hurry to pounce. Hours passed, I have no idea how many. My water was running low, and my body ached with exhaustion. Just as I was about to collapse, to give in to the despair, I stumbled through a thicket of ferns and saw it. The tower. It rose into the sky, a steel skeleton against the afternoon sun. But my relief was short-lived. A wave of nausea washed over me. I had been walking west for hours away from the rising sun. I should have been miles from here. Yet there it was, right where I had started. It was as if I had been walking on a treadmill, the landscape shifting around me to keep me in one place. Defeated, I trudged back to my prison and climbed the stairs, every step feeling like it weighed 1,000 pounds. I didn't even glance at the radio. I went straight to the desk and opened the logbook, the one Miller had left. The first several weeks of his entries were mundane, just like mine had been weather reports, wildlife sightings. But then, about a month into his stay, the entry started to change. July 20 radio playing tricks again. Heard yesterday's weather report. Faulty wiring. July 16th said the humming. It's my humming. How? July 22 it said my name. My blood ran cold. I flipped through the pages, my hands trembling. His neat handwriting grew frantic, sloppy. August 20 tried to walk the West Rim Trail. It's not there anymore. The map is a lie. The forest is a lie. August 5Z, it knows what I'm thinking. I don't have to speak. It knows. August 10 only saw something by the creek. Tall. All wrong. The branches looked like arms. It was just a tree. It was just a tree. It was just a tree. The final entry from the day before I arrived was barely legible, scrawled across the page with a shaking hand. It played a dream. It played my dream. The one where I can't get out. Don't let it in. Whatever you do, don't let it in. I slammed the book shut. I wasn't going crazy. I wasn't alone in this. Miller had seen it too. He had endured the same psychological warfare, the same impossible reality, and he had fled. But his last warning, don't let it in. What did it mean? Let what in? The voice from the radio. The presence in the forest. The line between the two had blurred, and I was trapped in the middle. The tower was no longer a refuge from the shifting forest. It was the heart of the nightmare, and as dusk began to settle, casting long, distorted shadows that looked like grasping fingers, I knew with chilling certainty that the games were only just beginning. Slamming the logbook shut felt like closing a coffin lid. The flimsy cardboard cover did nothing to contain the horror within its pages. The validation I felt, the cold comfort of knowing I wasn't insane, was instantly consumed by a far greater terror. This was real. Miller had fled from it, and now it was my turn. His frantic, final warning echoed in the silent cabin, no longer a mystery, but a dire command, don't let it in. But what was the voice on the radio? The sentient shifting forest? Or the thing Miller saw by the creek, the tall, wrong thing with branches for arms? I realized with a sickening lurch that they were all one and the same. It was a single, ancient intelligence with many ways to break a man. The radio was its voice, the forest was its body, and the thing in the shadows was its face. And I was trapped in its heart. As dusk bled into true night, the world outside the glass walls dissolved into an abyss. The darkness was absolute, a physical presence pressing against the windows. My fortress in the sky had become a baited trap, and I was the bait. The warning, don't let it in, took on a literal, terrifying meaning. I checked the lock on the trapdoor at the top of the stairs, a flimsy bolt that suddenly seemed pathetic. I wedged the back of a chair under the handle, a futile gesture that offered a sliver of psychological comfort. I drew the curtains on all the windows, a feature I hadn't used until now, plunging the room into claustrophobic darkness, lit only by my propane lamp. I couldn't bear the feeling of unseen eyes watching me from the endless night. My routine check-ins were due. The thought of plugging the radio back in, of willingly opening that channel, sent a wave of nausea through me. But missing a check-in would raise an alarm. They would send someone. And the thought of another person being lured into this place was unbearable. With trembling hands, I plugged the cord back into the socket. The machine remained silent. I picked up the handset for my evening report, my throat tight. 2 forks to base. I managed, my voice a strained whisper. Only static answered. 2 forks to base, do you copy? I tried again, louder this time. The static hissed and popped. Sarah's usually prompt and cheerful voice was absent. The line was dead, or it had been severed. It had cut me off. I was truly alone now, isolated from the outside world, left to face my tormentor. Exhaustion, both mental and physical, finally claimed me. I collapsed onto the bed, fully clothed, pulling the thin blanket up to my chin. Sleep was a terrifying prospect, but my body gave me no choice. I fell into a heavy, dream-logged slumber in the forest, no longer content to simply play with the trails outside, followed me into my mind. I dreamt I was back in my childhood home. It was night and a storm was raging outside. Rain lashed against the windows and the wind howled like a hungry animal. I was in my old bedroom, but something was wrong. The door was gone. The walls were seamless, with no way out. A frantic, primal fear gripped me as I clawed at the wallpaper, my fingers finding no purchase, no crack, no hope of escape. Then came the knocking. A slow, deliberate, heavy knock that wasn't coming from a door, but from the window. I turned, and through the rain-streaked glass, I saw a figure standing in my backyard. It was impossibly tall, a silhouette of jagged angles against the lightning-filled sky. It was too far away to see clearly, but I knew it was the thing from Miller's logbook. Its arms were long and thin, like the branches of a dead tree. And as I watched, frozen in terror, one of those arms lifted and it knocked on the glass again, the sound perfectly synchronized with the dream. But the most terrifying part was the voice that whispered from right behind me, the same dry, ancient voice from the radio. "It's so easy," it hissed, its breath cold on my neck. "Just open the window. Just let me in." I woke up with a strangled scream, drenched in cold sweat, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. The cabin was pitch black and silent. The dream had been so vivid, so real, that for a terrifying moment, I thought I was still in that sealed room. And then the radio crackled to life. My blood turned to ice. I didn't need to see it to know it was on. A low static filled the room, and then a voice emerged from the speaker. My voice. It was gasping, choked with terror. "The door is gone," my dream self whimpered from the radio. "There's no way out." I clapped my hands over my ears, but it was useless. The sound was inside my head, a perfect, high-fidelity broadcast of my own private nightmare. "Don't let it in," my voice on the radio pleaded, a desperate, sobbing cry. "Don't let it in." It was the last straw, the final, unforgivable violation. It had reached into my mind, stolen my deepest fears, and was now playing them back to me as a form of entertainment. This was its game, and I was losing. Miller's experience, my experience. It was a pattern, a cruel ritual it performed on the lonely sentinels of this tower. Fueled by a surge of adrenaline and rage, I scrambled out of bed. I had to see. I had to know what was out there. I ripped the curtains back from the east-facing window, the one that looked out over the trail I had tried to hike. The moon was full, casting a pale, skeletal light over the forest. At first I saw nothing but the endless sea of trees, their shadows deep and menacing. I scanned the tree line, my eyes straining in the gloom. And then I saw it. It wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't a shadow. It was moving. Standing at the edge of the clearing, partially obscured by a large fir, was a figure. It was tall, unnaturally so, and gaunt, a thing of sharp, wrong angles. It didn't move like a man or an animal. It seemed to glide between the trees, its limbs moving with a disjointed grace that was deeply unsettling. As it stepped into a patch of moonlight, I saw that its skin was the color and texture of weathered bark, and its long, spindly arms ended not in hands, but in clusters of twigs that looked like grasping claws. It turned its head slowly, and though I couldn't see a face, I felt its gaze lock onto me, a feeling of immense pressure and ancient, predatory intelligence. It knew I was watching. It had been waiting for me to look. That was it. I was done. I was not going to be another entry in a logbook. I was not going to die in this glass cage. I didn't pack. I didn't think. I acted on pure survival instinct. I grabbed my keys, my wallet, and the small pocket knife I always carried. I left everything else, my books, my clothes, my connection to the life I had known. I wrenched the chair away from the trapdoor, fumbled with the bolt, and threw it open. I didn't run down the stairs. I half fell, my hands skipping over the cold metal railings, my feet barely touching the steps. I hit the ground and didn't look back. I ran. I ran for the rutted track my truck was parked on, praying it was still there, that the forest hadn't swallowed it. I didn't use a flashlight, terrified of what its beam might reveal. I ran in the pale moonlight, stumbling over roots, crashing through bushes, driven by a terror so profound it eclipsed all other thought. I reached the truck, threw myself in, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine turned over with a roar that was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I slammed it into gear and floored it, the tires spinning in the dirt before finding purchase. I drove with a reckless abandon, bouncing and crashing down the track, not caring if I broke an axle. I just had to get out. I drove through the dawn and into the morning, not stopping until the dirt track turned to gravel, the gravel to pavement, and I saw the first signs of another human being. I didn't stop until I was in the parking lot of the main ranger station, 100 miles and a lifetime away from the Two Forks watchtower. I walked in, looking like a madman, wild-eyed, covered in scratches, my clothes torn. Henderson, my supervisor, took one look at my face and knew. It was the same look he must have seen on Miller. I didn't explain. I didn't try to make them understand. I just dropped the keys on his desk.
I quit.
I said, my voice hoarse, and I walked away. I never went back to the forest. I can't even stand to be around too many trees now. Sometimes late at night, when the wind is howling, I think I can hear a faint static and a dry, ancient voice whispering my name. I don't know what that thing in the Arrowhead Forest was, but I know it's still there, waiting patiently in its tower, watching the trees, waiting for the next lonely soul to let it in. My name is Jack Anderson, and for the better part of a decade, I've worn the flat, brimmed hat in gray and green uniform of a National Park Service law enforcement ranger. My post is Yosemite, a place most people associate with breathtaking beauty, granite monoliths scraping the sky, and waterfalls that sing a constant, powerful hymn to nature. And they're right. I've seen sunrises over Half Dome that could make an atheist believe in God, and stood in meadows so serene they felt like a glimpse of paradise. I fell in love with this park long before I ever pinned on a badge, and most days that love is what fuels me. But a place this vast, this ancient, holds more than just beauty. It holds secrets. It has a darkness that predates any human trail, a silence in its deepest canyons that can swallow sound and sometimes people. My job is a strange mix of glorified tour guide and backcountry cop. On any given day, I might be breaking up a domestic dispute in a campground, tracking a lost child who wandered off from a picnic, or ticketing someone for feeding the bears. A crime far more serious than they ever seem to realize. We deal with dehydration, broken ankles, and the occasional heart attack on the trail. It's a job of routines, of predictable human error set against an unpredictable wilderness. You learn the rhythms of the park, the ebb and flow of the tourist seasons, the particular brand of trouble that each month brings. Summer is the peak. The park groans under the weight of humanity, a river of minivans and RVs flowing through the valley, spilling people onto every major trail. The heat can be oppressive, tempers can flare, and the sheer volume of visitors means the odds of something going wrong skyrocket. That day started like any other Tuesday in late July. The air was already thick and warm by 8 a.m., promising a scorcher. The valley was buzzing with activity. I spent the morning on patrol, my patrol vehicle crawling through the familiar loop, the radio a constant chatter of minor incidents. A fender bender near the village store, a report of a juvenile bear getting too comfortable around the housekeeping camp dumpsters. The usual summer static. My partner for the week was Maria Sanchez, a sharp, no-nonsense ranger who had transferred from Zion a couple of years back. She had a knack for cutting through the noise and seeing the practical, hard edges of any situation. While I sometimes found myself lost in the grandeur of the park, Maria was always grounded, her eyes scanning for the thing that was out of place, the detail that didn't fit. Another beautiful day in paradise. I said, pulling over at a vista point to let a family of German tourists take a photo without becoming a hood ornament. Maria grunted, not looking up from her tablet. Just means more people to get lost dehydrated or decide that a selfie with a rattlesnake is a good idea. I chuckled. You're a ray of sunshine, Sanchez. I'm a realist, Anderson. This place is a 1-200 square mile search and rescue operation waiting to happen. You know that. She was right, of course. For all its well-marked trails and visitor centers, the wilderness was always there, just a few steps off the path, waiting patiently. The call came in around 20:15 p.m. We were finishing a late lunch in the truck when the dispatcher's voice crackled over the radio, tight with an urgency that cut through the afternoon haze. All units in the valley, we have a 1054 possible, Sentinel Meadow Loop, approximately half a mile from the trailhead. A 1054, a coroner's case, a dead body. Maria and I exchanged a look. The casual banter of a moment ago evaporated. Sentinel Meadow Loop was one of the easiest, most popular trails in the park. It was a flat, gentle walk, barely a hike, famous for its views of Yosemite Falls and the surrounding granite cliffs. It was a family trail, a place you take your grandparents. It was not a place where people died. Dispatch, this is 3 Adam 12. I responded, grabbing the mic. What's the nature of the report? Caller is a hiker, hysterical, the dispatcher said. Her voice was strained. States she found an adult male, down on the trail. Says there's a lot of blood. A massive pool of blood were her exact words. Medical is en route. I need a law enforcement unit to secure the scene. A massive pool of blood on the Sentinel Meadow Loop. The two phrases didn't belong together. An animal lion. Extremely rare, especially on such a busy trail in the middle of the day. A fall. The trail was practically paved with packed dirt. A fight, maybe. A mugging gone wrong. It felt wrong for the location, but in a park with millions of visitors, you get all kinds. We hit the lights and siren, parting the sea of tourist traffic. The short drive to the trailhead felt longer, my mind racing through the grim checklist of possibilities. Maria was silent beside me, her face set in a grim mask of concentration. We were the first law enforcement on the scene. We parked the truck, grabbed our medical bags and crime scene tape, and started down the trail at a brisk, ground-eating pace. The Sentinel Meadow Loop was just as I remembered it, a wide, soft path of dark, loamy earth, flanked by tall grasses and the occasional pine. The sun beat down, and the air was filled with the scent of dust and warm pine needles. About a quarter mile in, we saw the first signs of the incident. A small cluster of hikers were huddled together, their faces pale, pointing further down the path. A young man in a ranger volunteer vest was trying to keep them back. He looked barely 20, and his eyes were wide with shock. He's just around the bend. The volunteer stammered as we approached. A woman found him. She's not doing well. We rounded the gentle curve in the path, and the scene hit us like a physical blow. The dispatcher hadn't been exaggerating. In the middle of the pristine, flat trail was a man lying face down. He was dressed in standard hiking attire, shorts, a t-shirt, sturdy boots. And he was lying in a pool of blood so large and so dark it looked like a rag tear in the fabric of the landscape. It had soaked deep into the dirt, creating a macabre halo of blackened, saturated earth around him. The metallic, coppery smell was overwhelming, a sickeningly sweet odor that clung to the hot, still air. Maria immediately went to check on the witness, a woman sitting on the ground, wrapped in a thermal blanket someone had given her, rocking back and forth. I approached the body. My training took over, my mind shifting into the cold, methodical process of observation. Male, Caucasian, late 40s, maybe early 50s. No obvious signs of a struggle around the body. His backpack was still on. His water bottle was clipped to it. Nothing looked stolen or disturbed. I knelt, careful not to disturb the scene, and looked at his head. The back of his skull was gone. It wasn't just a wound. It was a catastrophic indentation, a concave horror. It was caved in, as if struck by something of immense force and velocity. The source of the blood was obvious. The paramedics arrived a minute later, but it was a formality. They declared him dead at the scene. The coroner, a wary man named Dr. Albright, arrived shortly after. He did his initial examination right there on the trail. Well, Albright said, standing up and wiping his brow. Cause of death isn't going to be a mystery. Massive cranial trauma. The injury is consistent with a high velocity impact, like if he fell from a significant height and landed head first on a sharp, hard object. I looked at him, then looked around us. We were in the middle of a meadow. The trail was soft dirt and pine needles. I walked in a slow, deliberate circle around the body, my eyes scanning every inch of the ground. There were no rocks, not even small ones. There were no exposed roots, no tree stumps, no large, fallen branches. The nearest tree was a good 15 feet away, and there was no blood spatter on its trunk, nothing to suggest he'd been hit there and dragged. I looked up. The sky was clear blue, framed by the distant granite cliffs. He hadn't fallen from anywhere. A sharp, hard object. I asked, my voice flat, like what, Doc? Because I'm looking, and there's nothing here but dirt. Dr. Albright followed my gaze, a frown creasing his forehead. He walked the same circle I had. He nudged the ground with his shoe. You're right, he murmured, a note of confusion in his voice. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. We stood there in silence for a long moment, the three of us, a ranger, a coroner, and a paramedic, staring at a dead man who, according to all available evidence, had simply fallen and smashed his skull on an invisible object, right in the middle of a soft dirt path. The serene beauty of Yosemite had vanished, replaced by a chilling, profound sense of the impossible. The hours that followed were a blur of grim procedure. We cordoned off a massive section of the Sentinel Meadow Loop, turning the beautiful sun-drenched landscape into a sterile crime scene. Tourists were rerouted, their curious, anxious faces a stark contrast to the cold professionalism that had descended upon us. Maria, with her innate ability to project calm authority, handled the witness, Sarah, a young woman from San Francisco who had come to the park for a day of peaceful hiking. Her testimony was simple, and for our purposes, utterly useless. She had been walking the loop, listening to a podcast, had rounded the bend, and saw him. She hadn't heard a scream, a shout, or any sound out of the ordinary. She hadn't seen anyone else on that stretch of trail. He was just there, lying in that impossible pool of blood. My team and I conducted a meticulous grid search of the area. We walked shoulder to shoulder, our eyes glued to the ground, scanning a 50-yard radius around the body. We were looking for anything: a discarded weapon, a piece of torn clothing, a non-native rock, a single footprint that was out of place. We found nothing. The soft earth of the trail held only the faint impressions of dozens of hiking boots, the ghost-like procession of a normal day. There were no signs of a struggle, no drag marks. Nothing to suggest a second person had ever been there. It was as if the man had been walking along one moment, and in the next, an invisible, phantom force had struck him down from behind. Back at the station, the fluorescent lights felt harsh and unforgiving after the natural glow of the valley. The victim's backpack sat on the evidence table, a mundane collection of a life abruptly ended. We found his wallet. His name was Arthur Penhaligon, a 58-year-old retired history professor from Berkeley. A quick check revealed he was staying alone at the Yosemite Valley Lodge. He had no criminal record, not even a parking ticket. He was an avid hiker and a member of the Sierra Club. His digital camera was full of beautifully composed photos of flowers, trees, and the grand sweep of the valley. He was the last person you'd expect to find at the center of a violent, inexplicable event. He was just a man who loved the wilderness. The preliminary report from Dr. Albright landed on my desk the next morning. It confirmed what we already knew: cause of death was a single, massive blow to the occipital bone. But it was the addendum, a handwritten note at the bottom of the page, that made the hair on my arms stand up. Jack, it read, "This is the cleanest impact I have ever seen. There are no tertiary fractures, no contracup injuries to the front of the brain you'd expect from the whiplash of such a blow. The edges of the fracture are incredibly precise, almost surgical. It's as if the object that struck him was perfectly shaped to fit the curvature of his skull and delivered its energy with absolute efficiency, leaving no other trace of impact. I can't explain it. It defies the physics of a typical assault or fall. Defies physics." The phrase echoed in my head. Maria read the report over my shoulder, her expression unreadable. "So what are we saying?" she said, her voice low. "Someone hit him with a magic bullet. A ghost rock. I don't know what we're saying." I admitted, running a hand over my tired face. "I'm saying that every logical explanation we have has been systematically eliminated. We have no weapon, no motive, no suspect, and a cause of death that the coroner says shouldn't be possible. We spent the day chasing dead ends. We reviewed security footage from the lodge, which showed Professor Penhaligon leaving for his hike that morning, looking cheerful and relaxed. We interviewed staff and other guests. No one reported anything unusual. He was a quiet, polite man who kept to himself. The case was a perfect, impenetrable vacuum. That evening, unable to sit still, I found myself driving to the small cabin on the outskirts of the park where Dave Hemlock Heston lived. Hemlock had been a ranger in Yosemite for 5 years before retiring. He was a living repository of the park's history, not just the official documented history, but the other kind. The stories whispered around campfires, the strange occurrences that never made it into the official reports. I found him on his porch, carving a piece of wood, the setting sun casting long shadows across the trees. He looked up as I approached, his deeply wrinkled face breaking into a knowing smile. "Knew you'd be by," he said, not missing a beat with his knife. "Heard about the mess over at Sentinel Meadow. Sounds like a weird one." I sat down on the steps, the wood cool against my jeans. Weird doesn't even begin to cover it, Dave. It's impossible. I laid it all out for him: the scene, the injury, the lack of evidence, Dr. Albright's baffling report. He listened patiently, his carving knife still in his hand. When I finished, he was silent for a long time, looking out at the darkening forest. "This place is old, Jack," he finally said, his voice a low rumble. "Older than us, older than the trails, older than the names we give the mountains. The Miwok, the people who live here before us, they knew it. They had stories. Stories about things that live in the spaces between. Things you don't see." I felt a chill despite the warm evening air. What kind of things? "They believed some parts of the valley were protected," he continued, his eyes distant. "Not by spirits or gods in the way we think of them. More like an immune system. Something that corrects things that are wrong, that removes things that don't belong. They said that sometimes, if you weren't showing the proper respect, or if you just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, the land itself could push back. Push back. I repeated, the word sounding absurd. Dave, the man's head was caved in. That's more than a push. Isaac. He countered, turning his piercing gaze on me. What's the difference between a rock falling from a cliff and a rock that's already there? The Miwok didn't see a difference. It was all the land. They had a name for it. I can't pronounce it right, but it roughly translated to the unseen strike, or the silent hammer. A sudden, violent event from nowhere, for no reason a modern man could understand. It wasn't evil. It was just balance, like a lightning strike. You don't ask why the lightning hit one tree and not another. It just did. I wanted to dismiss it as folklore, the ramblings of an old man. But the image it conjured, a silent, invisible hammer falling from the sky, was terrifyingly close to the scene we had found. I drove back to my small ranger cabin that night with Hemlock's words echoing in my ears. The park, which had always been my sanctuary, suddenly felt alien. The familiar shapes of the trees outside my window seemed to harbor a new menace. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore, it was watchful. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't just investigating a murder. We were trespassing in a place where human laws and the rules of physics didn't apply, and we had drawn the attention of something ancient and utterly indifferent to our existence. I decided to go through Professor Penhaligon's belongings one more time. I unpacked his camera, his journal, his maps. It was on his primary hiking map of the valley that I found it. It was a small, hand-drawn circle in red ink, right over the spot in Sentinel Meadow where we had found his body. Next to it was a single, cryptic note written in the professor's neat, academic script. It wasn't a landmark or a reminder. It was a question. Where does the sound go? Where does the sound go? The question, written in Professor Penhaligon's precise hand, burned itself into my brain. It wasn't a piece of evidence in any conventional sense. It was a key, but to a lock I didn't understand. I sat there in my quiet cabin, the map spread out under the lamp, the silence of the park pressing in on me. It was no longer a peaceful silence. It was the silence of a held breath, the silence of a predator. Sound. The witness, Sarah, hadn't heard anything. No scream, no cry for help, no thud of a body hitting the ground. Just the ambient noise of her podcast, and then the sight of him. Dr. Albright's report described an impact of impossible efficiency, a blow that delivered all its energy to one single, devastating point. A silent, perfect strike. My mind raced back to Hemlock's words. The unseen strike, the silent hammer. It was folklore, a ghost story to tell around a campfire. But Arthur Penhaligon wasn't a ghost hunter, he was an academic, a man of facts and research. What if he had stumbled upon the same legend, and with his historian's curiosity, decided to investigate it as a genuine phenomenon? I had to go back, not as a cop securing a scene, but as an observer, as Penhaligon must have been. Maria thought I was losing my mind. Jack, it's a closed case. The official report is going to read death by undetermined causes, likely a freak accident. The brass wants it quiet. A mystery killer stalking the valley is bad for business. It wasn't a killer, Maria, I said, my voice low and intense. And it wasn't an accident. It was something else. Penhaligon was onto it. That note is the proof. A note that says, where does the sound go? That's not proof. It's poetry. You're sleep deprived. Go home. But I couldn't. I waited until dusk, when the golden hour bled into the deep blue of twilight, and the last of the day trippers had fled the valley. The air grew cool and the shadows stretched, turning familiar shapes into monstrous silhouettes. I drove to the Sentinel Meadow trailhead, but this time I didn't park in the main lot. I left my truck on a service road a mile away and walked in, armed with my service weapon, a high-powered flashlight, and a profound sense of dread. The trail was deserted. The crime scene tape was gone, but the place still felt violated. The dark, stained patch of earth where Penhaligon had died was still visible, a scar on the land. As I approached the spot, a strange feeling began to creep over me. It started in my ears, a faint pressure, like when you're changing altitude in a plane. I stopped walking. The normal sounds of the evening forest, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of a gentle breeze through the pines, the distant rush of the Merced River, began to fade. It wasn't that they grew quieter. It was as if they were being systematically erased, filtered out of existence. I took another step, and the pressure in my ears intensified. The last vestiges of sound vanished. I was wrapped in a blanket of absolute, profound silence. It was the most unnatural thing I had ever experienced. It wasn't just quiet, it was a void, a dead spot in the world. I tried to swallow, and the sound of it, the small click in my own throat, was absent. I was deaf to myself. Panic, cold and sharp, pricked at my skin. I stood frozen in the very spot where Penhaligon must have stood the red circle on his map. Where does the sound go? He had found it. This pocket of utter nothingness. He had been studying it. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, silent drumbeat I could feel but not hear. I slowly raised my flashlight, its beam cutting a stark white cone through the twilight. I scanned the trees, the ground, the air itself. There was nothing to see. Just the meadow, the path, the granite cliffs watching impassively in the distance. Then I had an idea, born of terror and a desperate need for confirmation. My hand was shaking as I unclipped a spare magazine from my belt. It was heavy, solid steel. I held it up, my eyes locked on the empty space in front of me. I took a deep breath, a breath I couldn't hear, and tossed the magazine underhand into the center of the silent zone, about 10 feet in front of me. I expected it to hit the soft dirt with a dull thud, even if I couldn't hear it. I expected to see it lying there in my flashlight beam. It did neither. The magazine had traveled maybe 5 feet through the air when it simply ceased to exist. There was no flash of light, no puff of smoke, no sound of impact. One moment it was a solid object, tumbling end over end in the beam of my light, and the next it was gone. Not just gone from sight, it was erased from reality. In its place for a fraction of a second, the air seemed to shimmer, to warp like heat haze off asphalt. I felt a wave of pressure wash over me, a physical force that made my teeth ache and my bones vibrate. It was a feeling of immense, compressed power being unleashed and then retracting in an instant. The silent hammer. I finally understood it wasn't an object, it was a place, a flaw in the world, a spot where the laws of physics came undone. Penhaligon hadn't been struck by a rock or a weapon. He had stepped into this invisible anomaly, and it had simply unmade him. The force required to cave in a man's skull, to do it so cleanly and precisely, wasn't the force of a physical blow. It was the force of reality itself being momentarily torn apart. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet, scrambling away from that patch of dead air. As I moved back, sound rushed back in, a deafening cacophony of crickets and wind that made me cry out. The sound of my own panicked gasp was the most terrifying and most welcome thing I had ever heard. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck, fumbling for the keys, my entire body trembling uncontrollably. The next day, I filed my final report. I wrote that, after extensive investigation, no evidence of foul play could be found. I wrote that Professor Penhaligon's death was a tragic and inexplicable accident, likely caused by a sudden, localized seismic event or air pressure anomaly, a 1 in a billion freak of nature. It was a lie, but it was the closest I could get to the truth. I also filed a separate, urgent recommendation to my supervisor, citing unstable ground and unpredictable geological conditions. I requested the permanent and immediate closure of the Sentinel Meadow Loop. To my surprise, it was approved without question. The Park Service had no more appetite for unexplainable deaths than I did. I still wear the uniform. I still patrol the valley, and I still love this place. But something is broken. I can no longer look at the granite cliffs or the serene meadows without feeling a sliver of ice in my gut. I see the tourists taking their photos, laughing, completely unaware of how thin the veil is, how close they are to places where the world is not what it seems. Sometimes, late at night, I drive past the barricades at the Sentinel Meadow trailhead. I think about Professor Penhaligon and his final, terrifying discovery. I think about the silent, invisible hammer that waits patiently in the twilight. And I know that the most frightening thing in Yosemite isn't the bears or the mountain lions or the sheer cliffs. It's the silence. The absolute, hungry silence that waits just off the trail in a place where the sound goes and never comes back.
My name is Sergeant Stanley Milford, and I serve with the Navajo Nation Ranger Department. That title might conjure images of a man in a flat, brimmed hat pointing out scenic overlooks, but my reality is far different. We are a unique breed of law enforcement, tasked with patrolling a territory larger than 10 of the 50 states. Our jurisdiction is a sprawling expanse of raw, beautiful, and often unforgiving land, carved by wind and water into a masterpiece of red rock canyons, vast messes that touch the sky, and deserts that whisper with 1,000 years of history. I am a police officer, yes, but I am also a conservationist, a mediator of grazing disputes, a first responder, and, unofficially, a guardian of the stories and traditions that are woven into the very fabric of this land and our people. The DNA. My work requires me to live with a foot in two separate worlds. One foot is planted firmly in the world of procedure and protocol, evidence collection, incident reports, the precise language of the law. My patrol truck is equipped with a modern radio, a laptop, and a rack for my rifle. I know the penal codes and the conservation laws by heart. This is the world of quantifiable facts and logical deductions. My other foot walks a much older path. One guided by the stories of my grandfathers, by the subtle signs the land gives to those who know how to listen, and by a deep understanding of the sacred balance we call Hierzius love. It's a world where a strangely behaving coyote might be more than just an animal, and a sudden, unnatural silence in a canyon can be a warning more potent than any siren. Most days, these two worlds run parallel, but sometimes, on the rarest and most terrifying of occasions, they intersect with devastating force. It is in those intersections that my true work lies. For years, a particular case from the world of procedure haunted the edges of my own. It was a ghost story told among lawmen in this part of the country, a cautionary tale about the dangers of the wilderness and the cold, hard limits of investigation. The case of Paul Fugate. Fugate wasn't one of ours. He was a federal ranger, working for the National Park Service at the Chiricahua National Monument back in 1980. Chiricahua is a wild, almost surreal place just southeast of our lands. The Apache called it the land of standing, up rocks, and the name is fitting. It's a sky island, a mountain range covered in bizarre totem, like rock spires called hoodoos, that were sculpted by a volcanic eruption millions of years ago. It's a place with a deep and often bloody history, a place that feels ancient and watchful. On January 13, 1980, Paul Fugate, a man known for his quiet, diligence, and love for the park, a colleague, he was heading out for a short hike, a routine trail check near the Faraway Ranch area of the monument. He was 41 years old, experienced, and in good health. He was expected back in an hour or two. He never returned. The initial search was massive. Rangers, sheriff's deputies, state police, and hundreds of volunteers counted every inch of that rugged terrain. Helicopters beat the air, their rotors echoing off the silent stone phase of the hoodoos. They found nothing. Not a footprint out of place, not a scuff mark, not a single thread of his uniform caught on a branch. It was as if the earth had simply opened up and swallowed him whole. The only things they found were his keys, left on the desk in the visitor center. His personal truck, however, was gone. In the world of law enforcement, a mystery like that cannot be left to stand. It demands an explanation, a theory to fill the void. And theories sprouted like desert wildflowers after a rain. The most popular one was that Fugate had simply walked away. Maybe he had a secret life, a lover somewhere, and had decided to start over. It was a clean, simple explanation that required no violence, no monster in the shadows, Another theory, the one favored by the more cynical investigators, was that he'd stumbled upon a drug deal. The borderlands were a corridor for traffickers then, as they are now. Perhaps he saw something he wasn't supposed to see, and they silenced him, burying his body and his truck where they would never be found. It was a plausible, ugly scenario. But none of the theories ever fit perfectly. Fugate was, by all accounts, happily married and content with his life. No evidence of a secret life ever surfaced. And for the drug trafficker theory, there was no sign of a struggle, no shootout, no disturbed ground. It was too clean, too quiet. The case went cold, the files gathering dust in a records room, the mystery calcifying into legend. Decades passed. I went from a rookie ranger, learning the backroads of the reservation, to a seasoned sergeant who had seen his own share of strange and tragic things. The Fugate case remained a whisper, a name attached to a ghost. Then, as part of a multi-agency initiative to review unsolved cases in the region, the file landed on my desk. It was a thick, heavy box, smelling of old paper and stale bureaucracy. My supervisor told me to give it a fresh look, to see if a Navajo perspective might catch something the federal and state boys had missed over the years. He meant it in terms of knowing the land, the local families, the hidden trails. He had no idea what kind of perspective I would truly bring. For weeks, I became a ghost myself, haunting the pages of that file. I lived in 1980, breathing the stale air of witness interviews and the dry ink of supplemental reports. I read the frantic words of Fugate's wife, the confused statements of his colleagues, the dead end reports from lawmen who had long since retired or passed away. I mapped the search grids, studied the topographical charts, and read the fruitless reports from the canine units whose dogs couldn't find a single trace of his scent. It was, just as the legend said, a perfect mystery. A man had walked into the wilderness and vanished from existence. I felt the same cold frustration that every investigator before me must have felt. The case was a wall of smooth, impenetrable stone. I was about to write my own supplemental report, adding another layer of failure to the pile, when I found it. A single sentence buried deep in a follow-up interview with a park volunteer, a woman who had been tidying up the visitor center that day. It was a detail so small, so utterly mundane, that it had been overlooked by everyone for 40 years. A detail that, in the world of procedure and logic, meant absolutely nothing. But in my world, the word of ancient stories and the terrible balance of all things, it was a scream in a silent canyon. The sentence was innocuous, a throwaway observation from a woman named Eleanor Vance, a retiree who volunteered at the monument twice a week. The interviewing deputy had clearly thought it was worthless. Just the rambling of an older woman trying to be helpful. Her statement described the last time she saw Paul Fugate. He was at the door of the visitor center, pulling on his hiking boots, ready to head out. He'd said his goodbyes, then paused. He turned back, walked over to a framed photograph on the wall, a print of the park's famous balanced rock formation, and meticulously straightened it. Eleanor noted in her statement, It was funny, because that picture had been hanging crooked for months. Drove my husband crazy every time he came in, but nobody else ever bothered with it. Paul never seemed to notice it before. To a normal investigator, this was less than nothing. It was clutter. A meaningless detail about a man's momentary tiredness before he disappeared forever. It didn't point to a suspect, a motive, or a location. It was human static. But as I read that sentence, a cold dread, heavy and numbing, washed over me. It was a feeling I hadn't had since I was a child. Listening to my grandmother's stories by the light of a kerosene lamp, her voice low and serious as she spoke of things that should not be. In the Dine way, we are taught about the world of darkness, the antithesis of the harmony we strive for. In that world, there exist beings of profound and utter wrongness. They are not monsters in the simple sense of tooth and claw. They are a corruption of the natural order, an inversion of reality. We call them Yi Naudlushi. With it, he goes on all fours. In English, the closest, crudest word is skinwalker. The stories are not for casual telling, and the knowledge is dangerous. They are former medicine people who, through the darkest rituals, have twisted their power to defy the ultimate taboo, the taking of a human life to steal their skin, their form. They are masters of mimicry, able to wear the faces of people, to perfectly replicate their voices and mannerisms. But the mimicry is a shell. Underneath, the entity is a vortex of wrongness. It is a thing of inversion. Everything about it is backwards. Its magic is a distortion of our sacred ceremonies. Its heart is a mirror image of a human heart. They are beings fundamentally at odds with the world they inhabit. And this wrongness, this inversion, seeps out in small, unnatural ways. My grandfather once told me of a man in his village who was suspected of being such a creature. No one could prove it. He looked like everyone else. But my grandfather noticed that when he would sit to eat, he would always pick up his fork with his left hand, then switch it to his right, as if his body's first instinct was the reverse of a normal man's. A tiny detail, a flicker of wrongness, a picture hanging crooked for months, a source of minor, persistent disorder. To a human, it becomes part of the background, an imperfection you learn to ignore. But to a thing of inversion, a being whose very nature is a corruption of the natural order, such a small, crooked detail might be an intolerable dissonance. It would be like a constant, grating noise in its ears. It would be a flaw in its disguise, a reminder of the imperfect world it was trying to inhabit. It would have to fix it. An obsessive, unnatural compulsion to make the crooked straight. The cold case file fell from my hands, its pages scattering across the floor of my office. The procedural world I inhabited, the world of logic and evidence, dissolved around me. I was no longer Sergeant Milford, police officer. I was a DNA man staring into an abyss that my ancestors had warned me about for 1,000 years. The theories of Fugate, running away or being by drug dealers, felt like childish fantasies compared to the chilling possibility that was now taking root in my mind. My mistake, and the mistake of every investigator for 40 years, was that we were looking for a missing person. We were operating under the assumption that Paul Fugate was gone. But what if he wasn't? What if he hadn't gone anywhere? The thought was so monstrous that I felt a wave of nausea. What if the man who straightened the picture, the man who said goodbye to Eleanor Vance and walked out the door, was not Paul Fugate at all? What if it was a perfect copy, a hollow thing wearing his face, and, in that one tiny, obsessive act of straightening a picture frame, it had revealed its unnatural nature. It had left a clue that no one, for 4 decades, had possessed the context to understand. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't write this in a report. I couldn't explain it to my supervisor or to the FBI. They would think I was insane. They would pull me from the case and send me for a psychological evaluation. This was a trail I had to walk alone, guided by the other half of my training. The next morning, before the sun had crested the Chuska Mountains, I was in my patrol truck, heading south. I drove off the reservation, leaving the familiar red earth behind, and pushed into the high desert grasslands of Arizona. The further I went, the more the landscape changed. The rock formations became sharper, more aggressive. This was Apache land, full of its own power, its own stories. I felt like a trespasser, not just on federal land, but in a spiritual territory that was not my own. The air itself felt different, thinner, charged with a watchfulness I couldn't explain. It took me 3 hours to reach the entrance to the Chiricahua National Monument. The old visitor center from 1980 was no longer in use. A new, modern facility stood a half-mile down the road. The original building, a low, slung stone and timber structure, was now used for maintenance storage. I found the park's chief ranger, a man named Henderson, and showed him my credentials. I told him I was following up on a cold case detail and needed access to the old building. He was cooperative, if a little bemused. He handed me a heavy brass key on a worn leather fob. Not much in there but old tools and leaky pipes. He said, squinting at me, "What kind of detail are you looking for in there after all this time?" "Just tying up a loose end," I said, my voice sounding unnaturally calm. "You know how it is. Gotta check every box." He shrugged and went back to his paperwork. The walk to the old station was the longest of my life. Every step felt heavy. The silence of the park pressed in on me, broken only by the caw of a raven circling high overhead. I unlocked the heavy wooden door, and it swung inward with a groan of protest, releasing a wave of cool, musty air. The inside was dark and smelled of dust, oil, and time. Light struggled through the grimy windows, illuminating floating dust motes in thick, golden shafts. Rakes, shovels, and coils of rope lined the walls. My eyes scanned the room, my heart hammering against my ribs. And then I saw it. On the far wall, between 2 windows, was a single, framed photograph. It was a faded print of the park's balanced rock, its colors muted by the years. My breath caught in my throat. It was hanging perfectly, unnaturally straight. For a long moment, I just stood there in the dusty silence of the old ranger station, my gaze fixed on the picture frame. The air was thick and heavy, and the mundane objects around me, The coiled ropes, the leaning shovels, the tins of oil seemed to hold their breath. The world outside, with its crisp air and chattering birds, felt a million miles away. In here, there was only the oppressive weight of 40 years of stillness and the perfectly, horribly straight lines of the photograph on the wall. It was a tiny island of absolute order in a sea of decay, and it felt more menacing than any overt threat. My police training kicked in, a familiar anchor in a swirling sea of disbelief. Treat it as a scene. Observe. Document. I forced my legs to move, my boots scuffing softly on the concrete floor. I approached the wall slowly, as if it were a sleeping animal I didn't want to wake. Up close, the picture was unremarkable. A standard wooden frame, glass dusty but intact. The photograph itself was a sun-bleached of Chiricahwa's iconic balanced rock. A massive stone perched impossibly on a narrow spire. With a deep breath, I reached out and lifted the picture off its nail. My hands felt clumsy, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I turned the frame over, my eyes scanning every inch of the cheap particle board backing. I ran my fingers along the edges, searching for a hidden compartment, a taped, on note, anything. There was nothing. Just dust and the faint, spider, web cracks of age. I examined the nail left in the wall. It was old, slightly rusted, and bent at a slight downward angle from decades of holding the weight. Nothing unusual. A wave of foolishness washed over me. I had driven 3 hours, pulled a chief ranger away from his duties, and broken into this dusty tomb. All based on a feeling, on a story my grandmother told me when I was a boy. I was chasing shadows. The picture was straight. So what? Maybe the last maintenance man to come through here had straightened it. Maybe a tremor had shaken it level. There were 100 logical explanations. I was a police officer, a man of facts, and I had none. I was about to hang the picture back on the nail. To close this strange, embarrassing chapter of the investigation and drive back to the solid, logical world of the reservation. But I hesitated. My gaze fell upon the patch of wall that had been hidden behind the frame. It was a slightly lighter shade of pale green paint. A perfect rectangle protected from 40 years of dust and grime. My eyes traced its outline, and that's when I saw it. It wasn't obvious. It was so faint that in the dim light, it was almost invisible. A slight discoloration against the paint. A greasy, filmy smudge, no bigger than my own hand. It looked like the kind of mark someone might leave if they pressed their palm against a wall for balance. I leaned closer, my nose almost touching the cool plaster. My breath fogged the surface for a second, and when it cleared, the details became sharper. It was a handprint. The whorls and lines of a palm and 5 fingers were clearly, if faintly, visible. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My training screamed at me fingerprints. Evidence. But I knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that running this print through any database would be useless. I looked closer, my mind trying to process the shape, and then a profound, stomach-turning wrongness seized me. I saw the fingers. I saw the palm. And I saw the thumb. It was on the wrong side. I held up my own right hand, palm facing the wall, to compare. The smudge on the wall was a perfect match in size and shape for a right handprint. But the thumb on the print was on the left side, where the pinky finger should be. I then held up my left hand. The thumb was in the correct position, but the print on the wall was an undeniable mirror image of a right hand. It was an anatomical impossibility. It was the handprint of a man who had two left hands, or a right hand that was built in reverse. It was the mark of a creature of inversion, a thing that was fundamentally, physically wrong. In that instant, the last 40 years of mystery collapsed into a single, terrifying point of truth. The cold dread I'd felt in my office solidified into jagged, icy certainty. Paul Fugate hadn't been kidnapped. He hadn't run away. He hadn't stumbled upon a drug deal. He had been replaced. I could see it all with perfect, horrifying clarity. The Yi Naldlushi, the skinwalker, had come for him. Perhaps it had stalked him on the trails, a silent shadow among the standing rocks. It had taken him, and in some dark, unholy ritual, it had taken his skin, his face, his life. It had walked back into the visitor center, wearing the perfect disguise of Ranger Paul Fugate. It had his memories, his voice, his mannerisms. It could fool his colleagues, his friends, even his wife. But it was a thing of wrongness, a creature of inversion, and it could not tolerate the small, persistent chaos of a crooked picture frame. Its obsessive, unnatural nature demanded order. So it walked across the room and straightened it. And in that one tiny act, it made its only mistake. It pressed its hand against the wall for balance. A hand that was not a human hand, and left a greasy, impossible smudge, a signature of its true nature. Then the creature, wearing Paul Fugate's face, walked out the door, got into Paul Fugate's truck, and simply drove away. The entire investigation had been a fool's errand. Everyone, for 4 decades, had been searching for a missing person. They were looking for a body, a motive, a human suspect. They were trying to solve a human crime. But this wasn't a human crime. This was an event from an older, darker world. We were all looking for Paul Fugate. But Paul Fugate hadn't gone anywhere. He, or rather the thing that looked like him, had just left. It had driven his truck off into the world, a perfect mimic, a hollow man, to disappear back into the human population. Where did it go? Did it live out a life? Did it shed his skin for another? The questions were chilling, and I knew they would never be answered. I gently placed the picture frame back on the nail, making sure it was perfectly straight, covering the impossible handprint once more. Some things are not meant to be found. Some truths are too monstrous for the world of procedure and reports. I backed out of the storage room, pulled the heavy door shut, and turned the key in the lock. I handed the key back to Ranger Henderson, told him the loose end was a dead end, and walked back to my truck without looking back. The case of Paul Fugate is still officially open. It is still a mystery. But for me it is solved. It serves as a constant, chilling reminder that the two worlds I walk in are separated by the thinnest of veils. And that sometimes the only evidence of the greatest evil is in the smallest, most insignificant detail, the one everyone overlooks. We were looking for a body, when we should have been looking for a reflection. My official title is Climbing Ranger William O'Connell, a designation I've held for the better part of a decade on the formidable slopes of Mount Rainier. The name, Liam, is what my friends call me, but on the mountain, formality often feels like a necessary piece of armor. My jurisdiction is the upper mountain, that ethereal, unforgiving realm above 10,000 feet, where the air thins to a crystalline ether and the world below shrinks to a map of greens and blues. My duties are threefold: to patrol these high-altitude zones, to provide assistance to climbers who find themselves in peril, and, with a frequency that weighs heavily on the soul, to recover the bodies of those for whom the mountain was the final destination. Rainier, or Tahoma, as the Coast Salish people first named it, is not one mountain but two. There is the mountain you see on postcards, a majestic, dormant volcano crowned with a pristine mantle of snow, serene and beautiful against a summer sky. Then there is the mountain I know. This one is a living, breathing entity, a beast of ice and rock that groans under weight of its own glaciers. Its moods shift with terrifying speed. Its breath a wind that can shear the warmth from your body in minutes. It is a place of profound, almost spiritual beauty, where the sunrise can set the snow ablaze in hues of rose and gold. It is also a place of absolute indifference, a vertical wilderness where a single misstep, a moment of inattention, or a simple turn of bad luck is all it takes to be erased. Every death on this mountain is a tragedy, a story cut short. Yet most are, in their own grim way, understandable. We find climbers who have succumbed to the brutal logic of gravity, their ropes severed by rockfall or their holds giving way on a sheer ice wall. We find those taken by avalanches, buried in an instant under tons of consolidated snow, their frantic struggle lasting only seconds. We find others who misjudged the insidious creep of high-altitude pulmonary or cerebral edema, their bodies shutting down as their minds clouded with confusion. These are the explainable deaths, the ones we can document in our reports with a clear chain of cause and effect. They are heartbreaking, but they fit within the known parameters of risk that every climber accepts. But the death of Eric Lewis was different. It was a story that refused to be categorized, a file that remains open in the back of my mind, cold and sharp-edged. His case was a chilling testament to a truth every veteran ranger comes to understand. The greatest dangers on Rainier are not always the objective hazards of ice and altitude. Sometimes, the mountain finds a way inside your head, making you do the impossible, the unthinkable. The incident began on a late September afternoon. The season was waning, and the weather windows were becoming shorter, more unpredictable. Eric was part of a three-man rope team attempting the summit via the Disappointment Cleaver route, a classic but demanding path that is anything but a disappointment for those unprepared. His partners, Mark and David, were seasoned climbers with multiple high-altitude ascents under their belts. Eric, while the least experienced of the three, was by all accounts a strong, competent mountaineer, fit and mentally sharp. I had checked their permits myself at the ranger station at Paradise, and they seemed like a solid team. Well equipped, cautious, and respectful of the mountain. They made good time initially, but as they ascended past Camp Muir and onto the upper mountain, the weather began to turn. The forecast had called for increasing winds, but what descended upon them was something else entirely. It was a whiteout blizzard of shocking intensity, a sudden, furious vortex of wind and snow that reduced visibility to the length of a climbing rope. The world dissolved into a maelstrom of white. Up and down became meaningless concepts, the sky and the ground merging into a single, disorienting void. Mark and David, true to their experience, made the correct and courageous decision to abandon their summit bid and turn back. Survival, not glory, was now the only objective. They were roped together in standard fashion for a glacial descent, Mark in the lead, David in the middle, and Eric as the last man on the rope, providing the rear anchor. The rope, their physical and psychological lifeline, was the only thing connecting them to each other and to safety. Their descent was a grueling, terrifying ordeal. They moved at a glacial pace, each step a calculated risk on the 45-degree slope of ice and snow. According to their official statements, which I took myself a day later, their faces raw with windburn and shock, they could occasionally glimpse Eric's headlamp behind them. It was a small, reassuring beacon in the swirling chaos, a confirmation that their teammate was still there, still connected, still fighting. Then it happened. In one surreal moment, the rope trailing back to Eric went slack. It wasn't the sudden, violent jolt of a fall, but a gentle, unnerving release of tension. Mark and David stopped, their hearts seizing in their chests. Their first thought was that he had slipped and the rope had somehow snagged on a rock or a serac. It was a terrifying possibility, but one that had a protocol. They braced themselves, dug their ice axes in deep, and began to haul in the slack, shouting his name into the wind, the words stolen from their lips and swallowed by the storm. The rope came up, coiling at their feet. It felt light, impossibly light. They kept pulling, their gloved hands working frantically, a cold dread seeping into their bones, far colder than the blizzard's chill. Finally, the end of the rope appeared out of the white gloom. It came up empty. At the end was a perfectly tied, perfectly dressed figure. 8 follow, through knot, the standard knot used to attach a climber to the rope. But the locking carabiner, the crucial metal link that should have been clipped through the belay loop of Eric's harness, was gone. He hadn't fallen. He hadn't been swept away. He had, with deliberate intent, unclipped himself. Let that sink in. In the heart of a raging blizzard, on a treacherous, exposed slope of ice thousands of feet above the nearest shelter, Eric Lewis had performed the multi-step conscious action of unscrewing the gate of his locking carabiner, opening it, removing it from his harness, and letting go of his only connection to safety. It was an act of methodical madness. It was, for all intents and purposes, suicide. That was the official finding, the neat and tidy conclusion written on the incident report. But it made no sense. Not to Mark and David, and certainly not to me. Why? Why would an experienced climber, a man with everything to live for, choose that method? If he had lost hope, if despair had taken him, why not just let go? Why not simply fall? The act of unclipping was so specific, so contrary to every instinct and every ounce of training a climber has. It was the one thing you never, ever do. We searched for a psychological reason, a hidden depression, a moment of high-altitude madness. His family insisted he was happy, stable, and excited about the climb. We found nothing. The official report was filed. The case was closed. But the question remained, a silent, screaming anomaly. He had simply walked off into the storm, untethered and alone. The mountain had taken him. But it felt less like an accident and more like an abduction. The blizzard that had swallowed Eric Lewis raged for another 36 hours, a relentless assault that kept the upper mountain locked in an impenetrable fortress of white. Down at Camp Muir, and further below in Paradise, we could only wait. The wind howled like a hungry animal, and the radio crackled with static, laced reports of wind gusts exceeding 100 miles per hour. Mark and David had made it down, their survival a minor miracle in itself. They were physically exhausted, but otherwise unharmed, though their spirits were shattered. I debriefed them in the warmth of the ranger station, the scent of hot coffee a stark contrast to the frozen hell they had just escaped. Their story never wavered. The slack rope, the empty figure, 8 knot, the void where their friend should have been. Their eyes held a haunted, hollowed out look that I've seen too many times. It's the look of people who have stared into the abyss and seen it stare back. When the storm finally broke, the sky that emerged was a cruel, brilliant blue. The snow on the slopes glittering under the sun as if nothing had happened. The mountain was pristine, beautiful, and silent. It was time to go find Eric. We knew with a grim certainty that hangs over such operations that this was no longer a rescue. It was a recovery. The temperatures during the blizzard had plunged to catastrophic lows. No one could survive that long, exposed and alone above 12,000 feet. Our mission was to bring a body home, to provide some semblance of closure for a family whose world had just been torn apart. The search began immediately. A helicopter from the 214th Aviation Regiment, our frequent partners in these grim endeavors, lifted off, its rotors beating a rhythmic tattoo against the crisp morning air. From above, the scale of our task was laid bare in breathtaking, intimidating detail. The Emmons and Ingraham glaciers sprawled below us, a chaotic, frozen river fractured by a labyrinth of crevices. Deep, dark fissures in the ice, some hundreds of feet deep. Eric was somewhere down there, in that vast, monochrome wilderness of white snow and blue ice. It was like looking for a single grain of sand on an endless beach. Our search strategy was based on logic and probability. The only tools we had against the mountain's chaos. We focused on the area directly below the disappointment cleaver, along the established fall line from where Eric had unclipped. A disoriented climber, or one who had fallen, would most likely have been carried downward by gravity. We established a search box, a massive grid on the glacier. And ground teams began the painstaking work of probing. 3 or 4 rangers would line up, rope together, and advance slowly, methodically plunging their 8-foot aluminum probes into the snow every few feet. The hope is to feel the tail resistance of a body, a pack, or a piece of equipment beneath the surface. It's slow, monotonous, and soul-crushing work. The rhythmic crunch of boots on snow, the soft thump of the probes, the call of "clear" as a section was covered. These were the only sounds in the immense silence. For days, we found nothing. We probed countless acres of snow, peered into the terrifying blue depths of dozens of crevices, and flew transects until the landscape blurred into a meaningless pattern. The sun beat down, the glare off the snow was blinding, and the thin air sawed at our lungs. With each passing day, the frustration mounted. It wasn't just the physical exhaustion. It was the mental strain of the mystery. Eric's actions had planted a seed of unease that grew with every empty probe strike. If he had fallen, we should have found some sign. A broken ice axe, a stray glove, something. If he had been buried in a slide, the debris field would have given us a clue. But there was nothing. It was as if he had been plucked from the mountain by an invisible hand. The other rangers felt it too. During our brief breaks for food and water, the conversation would inevitably circle back to the central, nagging question. Why unclip? We debated theories. Hypoxia-induced delirium. A sudden psychotic break. None of it sat right. These were textbook explanations for irrational behavior, but Eric's action felt different. It was too specific, too deliberate. It was the act of a man following a script we couldn't read. After 6 days, the search was officially winding down. Resources were stretched, and the probability of finding him was approaching 0. We were planning one final sweep, more for the sake of protocol than any real hope of success. I was in the helicopter with the pilot, making a final pass over the search area, when a call came over the radio from one of the ground teams. They were led by a senior ranger named Ben, a man who has spent more time on Rainier's glaciers than in his own home. His voice was calm, but it had an edge to it. "Liam, you there?" "Go for Ben," I replied. "We've got something. It's way off the primary search grid, east of the Cleaver, heading towards the Emmons icefall. You're not going to believe where we are." He gave me the coordinates. I felt a jolt. It was miles off the standard route, and in a direction that made absolutely no tactical sense. To get there from where he unclipped, Eric would have had to turn 90 degrees and walk horizontally across the slope against the fall line into a notoriously broken and dangerous section of the glacier. No one would go there by choice, and it was nearly impossible to end up there by accident. We banked the helicopter and flew towards the coordinates. Below, I could see Ben's rope team, 4 small figures, standing near the edge of a wide, shallow basin. And in the middle of that basin was a splash of color against the white, a patch of dark blue. We landed a safe distance away, and I made my way over, my heart pounding a slow, heavy rhythm in my chest. We found Eric Lewis in a shallow crevasse, no more than 20 feet deep. He hadn't fallen into it. The gentle slope of the lip suggested he had climbed or slid down into it intentionally. He was lying on his back, his arms crossed over his chest, his face turned towards the sky. The snow had drifted around him, partially covering him in a soft white blanket. He looked peaceful, disturbingly peaceful. There were no signs of a struggle, no broken limbs, no visible trauma consistent with a long fall. His gear was all in place, his pack still on. He looked as if he had simply found a quiet place, lain down for a rest, and never woken up. The subsequent autopsy confirmed what we had seen on the glacier. The official cause of death was hypothermia. There were no other contributing factors. No internal injuries, no broken bones, no signs of high-altitude sickness beyond what was expected. He had simply frozen to death. The medical examiner's report was as clean and as baffling as the scene where we found him. The official file on Eric Lewis was closed. Accident by misadventure, with the addendum of self-induced exposure. But for those of us who brought him down, the case was anything but closed. We had found his body, but the reason he was there remained on the mountain, lost in the wind. The story became a legend among the rangers, a cautionary tale about how the mountain's most profound dangers are the ones that defy explanation, the ones that whisper to you when you are most alone. Years passed. The memory of Eric Lewis, like so many tragedies on the mountain, faded from a sharp, edged wound into a dull, persistent ache. New seasons brought new climbers, new triumphs, and new heartbreaks. I continued my patrols, my boots tracing the same high-altitude paths, my eyes scanning the same horizons. The official report on Eric's death gathered dust in a filing cabinet, a closed case, a story with an ending that satisfied the paperwork but not the soul. The legend of the climber who unclipped persisted among the rangers, a ghost story told over beers at the end of a long shift. But the raw, unsettling power of the event had softened with time. The mountain holds its memories, but it forces you to keep moving forward. It was late summer, nearly 5 years to the day after we had brought Eric's body down. I was on a solo patrol on the upper mountain. A routine check of conditions along the Disappointment Cleaver route. Unlike the day Eric vanished, the weather was perfect. The sky was a deep, cloudless cobalt, and the sun cast long, sharp shadows across the glaciers. The air was still and so clear it felt like you could reach out and touch the distant peaks of the Cascade Range. It was a day of profound peace, the kind of day that reminds you why you do this job, why you are drawn to these magnificent, silent places. There was no wind, not even a whisper. The silence was absolute, broken only by the rhythmic crunch of my crampons, biting into the firm NNAVA, and the sound of my own steady breathing. I was making my way across the section of the Ingraham Glacier where Eric's rope team had been descending during the blizzard. I knew the spot well. The coordinates were etched in my memory. It was just a nondescript stretch of snow and ice, indistinguishable from the miles of terrain around it, yet to me, it felt like consecrated ground, a place where the veil between worlds had worn thin. I paused for a moment, looking out at the vast, empty expanse, my mind drifting back to the mystery, to the unanswered question of why. That's when I heard it. At first, it was so faint, I thought I was imagining it, a trick of the altitude, or the immense silence playing on my ears. It was a sound that did not belong in this place of rock and ice. It was a voice, a woman's voice, singing. The melody was impossibly beautiful, a soft, ethereal lullaby that seemed to be carried on a wind that wasn't blowing. It was clear and pure, yet it had no discernible source. It wasn't coming from above or below, but from everywhere at once. From the air itself, from the ancient blue ice beneath my feet, from the vast, empty sky. The song was filled with a sense of gentle longing, of profound peace, and of an invitation to rest. It was the most serene and welcoming sound I had ever heard in my life. I stood frozen, my ice axe held loosely in my hand. I scanned the entire visible landscape. The sweep of the glacier, the dark rock of the cleaver, the distant summit. All were empty. There was no one there. There couldn't be anyone there for miles. I was utterly alone. Yet the singing continued, weaving its melody into the fabric of the silence. It was a song that promised an end to struggle, an end to the cold, an end to the weary ache in your muscles. It promised a final, perfect peace, and all I wanted to do was follow it. A profound, overwhelming urge washed over me, a compulsion so powerful it felt like a physical force. It was a feeling not of panic or fear, but of deep, soul-saturating desire. I wanted to leave the trail. I wanted to walk toward the source of that beautiful, hypnotic sound. My training, my experience, my every rational instinct screamed at me to stay put, to check my gear, to radio in. But the song bypassed all of that. It spoke to a more primal part of my being, a part that was tired of fighting, tired of the cold, tired of the climb. The urge to simply find a quiet place in the snow, lie down, and let that beautiful voice sing me to sleep was almost irresistible. I could feel my legs wanting to move, to turn away from the established route and walk east, out across the glacier. East, towards the Emmons Icefall, towards the place where we had found Eric Lewis. In that moment, a jolt of ice, cold adrenaline shot through me, powerful enough to momentarily break the spell. The connection snapped into place in my mind with the force of a physical blow. Eric, he hadn't been crazy. He hadn't been suicidal. He had heard the same song. The realization was so terrifying it almost buckled my knees. I understood what had happened to him. In the disorienting chaos of the blizzard, alone at the back of the rope, he must have heard that same beautiful, deadly lullaby. While his partners fought against the storm, Eric was fighting a different battle. He was being lured away. The deliberate, methodical act of unclipping his carabiner was no longer a mystery. It was the necessary first step to answering the call. He had to free himself from his lifeline to follow the voice. He had to untether himself from the world of the living to walk towards that promise of perfect, final rest. He hadn't walked off into the storm to die. He had walked towards the singing, believing he was heading for a place of comfort and peace. I had to physically force myself to move, Every step away from that spot felt like breaking free from a powerful magnetic field. I turned my back on the direction of the song and forced my legs into a clumsy, stumbling retreat. The singing seemed to grow more insistent, more beautiful, pleading with me to come back. I didn't dare look back. I focused on the trail, on the movement of my feet, on the simple, mechanical act of survival. It took every ounce of my willpower to keep moving, to get away from the sound, to descend until the air was thicker and the hypnotic melody finally faded, leaving only the ringing of the immense silence in my ears. My mistake, and the mistake of everyone who investigated the case, was assuming that Eric's actions were entirely his own. We looked for a rational explanation within the confines of human psychology. Despair, confusion, a moment of madness. We never considered that his profoundly irrational act was a response to a stimulus that was, in its own way, completely rational, if utterly supernatural. He didn't choose to unclip because he wanted to die. He was compelled to unclip because he was promised something better than life. On Mount Rainier, there are things far more dangerous than storms and crevices. There are objective hazards you can train for, but there are other forces at play, ancient and patient. There are voices on the wind, and they sing of a peace from which you will never, ever wake up. My name is Dr. Sofia Garcia. For the past 11 years, I have held the dual titles of senior field, biologist and park ranger, under the purview of the U.S. Department of the Interior, assigned to Everglades National Park. My work is a life of methodical observation and empirical data. I measure the parts per million salinity in the brackish estuaries where the fresh water meets the sea. I conduct transect surveys of wading bird populations, my boots sinking into the same marl prairie that has sustained them for millennia. I analyze tissue samples from Florida panthers to track genetic diversity and the insidious creep of mercury through the food chain. My world is one of quantifiable facts, of peer-reviewed papers, and of the unyielding logic of the natural world. I believe in cause and effect, in ecological succession, in the elegant, brutal mathematics of predator and prey. The Everglades, to the uninitiated, is a swamp, a faded mosquito-infested backwater. But to a biologist, it is a miracle. It is not a swamp. It is a river 50 miles wide and inches deep, flowing silently and inexorably south from Lake Okeechobee to the Florida Bay. A river of grass. This landscape operates on a timescale that dwarfs human life. Its beauty is not in grand mountains or roaring canyons, but in the subtle shift of light across the sawgrass. The explosive splash of a tarpon in a hidden channel. The primeval stillness of a cypress dome that feels older than memory. But even a place governed by natural law has its share of folklore. Every ranger station, every remote research outpost, has its own collection of stories, passed down over lukewarm coffee and during long, humid nights. These are the park's ghost stories, the cultural artifacts of a place that has swallowed more than its share of secrets. We have tales of Calusa, war parties, their spectral canoes gliding through the mangrove tunnels, their spirits still guarding ancestral lands. There are stories of phantom skunk apes, the Everglades' own Bigfoot, leaving behind footprints too large to be real and a stench of decay. And then there is the crown jewel of South Florida mythology, Flight 19. Even I, a woman of science, feel a slight chill when the subject arises. On December 5, 1945, 5 TBM, Avenger torpedo bombers lifted off from the Naval Air Station in Fort Lauderdale for a routine training exercise. They flew east, out over the Atlantic, completed their bombing run, and then turned back toward the coast. They were never seen again. The radio transmissions from the flight leader, Lieutenant Charles Taylor, are the stuff of legend. He reported that his compasses were malfunctioning, that he was lost, that he couldn't recognize any landmarks. Everything is wrong, strange, he was heard to say. We can't be sure of any direction. Even the ocean doesn't look as it should. They vanished. A Martin Mariner flying boat sent to search for them also vanished, taking 13 men with it. They were all swallowed by the area we now call the Bermuda Triangle. It's a story of profound and inexplicable disorientation, of the world itself seeming to peel away at the edges. A fascinating story, but one for the history books and conspiracy theorists, not for a field biologist. My work often takes me to the park's most isolated sectors, areas where the drone of an airboat is the only man-made sound you'll hear for days. Last Tuesday was one such day. I was heading deep into a section designated, on our map says the Shark River Slough, a vast, watery prairie that is among the most remote and untouched parts of the park. My objective was routine: collect a series of water and sediment samples from a string of small, unnamed pools to monitor for invasive algae species. It was a long, solitary journey, the roar of my airboat's engine a familiar companion. The sun was relentless, a white, hot disk in a bleached blue sky. The air was thick, humid, tasting of water and chlorophyll and the faint, sweet scent of decay that is the perfume of the Everglades. It was well past midday when I noticed the first thing that was wrong. The engine on my airboat, a reliable machine I maintained with meticulous care, began to sputter. It didn't die, but the steady, deafening roar faltered, dropping in pitch for a few seconds before catching again. I tapped the fuel gauge. Full. I checked the temperature. Normal. I dismissed it as a momentary clog in the fuel line, a common enough occurrence. But an undercurrent of unease had been introduced to my day. A few minutes later, it happened again. This time, the sputter was accompanied by a flicker in my GPS unit. The screen went blank for a heartbeat, then rebooted, its satellite acquisition graphics spinning as it tried to reorient itself. That was when I cut the engine. The sudden silence was immense, broken only by the faint, high, pitched whine of insects and the gentle lapping of water against the hull. The airboat drifted slowly in the sluggish current. I stood up, shielding my eyes, and scanned the horizon. The landscape was a monotonous, breathtaking expanse of sawgrass, stretching in every direction. But to the northwest, perhaps a mile away, I saw a light. It wasn't the glint of sun on water, which I knew like the back of my hand. This was a softer, more diffuse light, a shimmering, colorful haze that seemed to hang low over the grass. My scientific curiosity overrode my unease. This was an anomaly, and anomalies were meant to be investigated. I started the engine, which now roared back to life without hesitation, and pointed the bow toward the strange light. As I drew closer, the nature of the phenomenon became clearer and more baffling. It was a rainbow swamp, a term we use for a rare but understood occurrence under specific anaerobic conditions. Decaying vegetation can release natural oils that spread across the water's surface, creating a thin film that refracts light like a soap bubble, producing a rainbow-colored sheen. I had seen it a dozen times before. It was a beautiful, textbook example of organic chemistry in action. But this was not that. As I approached the edge of the small, isolated pool from which the light was emanating, I saw that the colors were not just a surface level slick. The entire body of water, from the surface to the muddy bottom, was glowing. It was a volumetric, three-dimensional rainbow. Swirling prismatic bands of violet, indigo rolled, and crimson light pulsed slowly within the water itself, as if the pool were a giant, liquid opal. It was the most beautiful and the most profoundly unnatural thing I had ever seen. I brought the airboat to a stop about 20 feet from the bank and tethered it to a sturdy mangrove root. The air here felt different, heavy, oppressively still. The usual chorus of insects was gone. There was no birdsong. The silence was absolute. I grabbed my sample kit and my field radio and stepped carefully out of the boat, my boots making a soft sucking sound in the mud. As I approached the glowing pool, a wave of intense vertigo washed over me. The world seemed to tilt on its axis, and I had to put a hand out to steady myself against a cypress knee. I shook my head, trying to clear it. Perhaps I was dehydrated. I unclipped the radio from my belt to check in with the main station, a standard safety procedure when in the deep wilderness. I keyed the microphone. Ranger Station, this is Garcia. Call sign Everglades 7. Radio check, over. Nothing. Not even the familiar hiss of open channel static. It was dead silent, as if the battery had been removed. I checked it. The battery was fine, fully charged. My blood ran cold. I fumbled for my personal GPS unit, the one that had flickered earlier. The screen was black. It was completely dead. I pulled out my old-fashioned, reliable magnetic compass. I held it flat in my palm and waited for the needle to settle. It didn't. It spun lazily, aimlessly, as if the Earth's magnetic poles had simply ceased to exist. Everything is wrong, strange. We can't be sure of any direction. The words of the lost pilot echoed in my mind, a sudden, unwelcome intruder in my rational thoughts. I stood there, at the edge of a silent, impossible, glowing pool, miles from anyone, with no way to navigate and no way to call for help. The beautiful, hypnotic colors in the water seemed to pulse with a slow, deliberate rhythm, a silent, alien heartbeat. My own heart was pounding against my ribs. I was a scientist. There had to be an explanation. A localized magnetic anomaly. A gaseous emission causing hallucinations. I knelt at the water's edge, my mind racing through possibilities, trying to cage the impossible sight before me in a framework of logic. I had to understand the cause. I stared into the water, past the shifting, incandescent light, trying to see the bottom of the pool, searching for the source of this impossible energy. And then I saw it. Below the shimmering veil of color, resting on the dark marl of the pool's floor, were shapes. They were dark, angular, and terribly, terribly wrong. Not rocks, not sunken logs. They were geometric, metallic. I saw the glint of a wing, the distinct, rounded curve of a fuselage, the unmistakable silhouette of a propeller blade, frozen in the silent, glowing water. Time, for a scientist, is a measurable quantity. It is the decay of isotopes, the swing of a pendulum, the steady march of seconds into minutes into hours. But in that moment, kneeling at the edge of the glowing water, time ceased to function. It became a thick, viscous fluid stretching into an eternity as I stared at the impossible shapes below. My first thought was one of frantic, desperate denial. Refraction. The strange, luminous quality of the water must be distorting sunken logs, twisting the familiar shapes of cypress roots into a pareidolia of mechanical parts. The mind sees what it expects to see, and my mind, primed by the local folklore and the inexplicable failure of my equipment, was projecting a fantasy onto the mundane. I was a biologist, a pragmatist. I was not the kind of person who found ghost planes in a swamp. I squeezed my eyes shut, took a deep, shuddering breath. That did little calm the frantic hammering in my chest, and opened them again. I forced myself to be methodical, to observe, to catalog. I focused on a single point, tracing the outline of one of the objects. There was the unmistakable blunt nose of a military aircraft, the straight, powerful line of a wing, the greenhouse-like canopy of the cockpit, the tail assembly with its vertical stabilizer. It was, without any doubt, a Grumman TBM Avenger, the same model as the lost planes of Flight 19. My brain, a repository of facts and figures, supplied the data unbidden wingspan, 54 feet, length, 40 feet, engine, a Wright R, 2600 twin Cyclone radial. A relic of a bygone era. My gaze shifted. To the left of the first plane was another, and another, and another. My breath hitched. I crawled slowly along the muddy bank, my scientific detachment shattering with every foot. My mind was no longer cataloging, it was counting. 2, 3, 5, there were 5 of them. 5 TBM Avengers, resting on the bottom of this impossible pool. The vertigo returned with a vengeance, a dizzying, nauseating spin that made the solid ground feel like the deck of a ship in a storm. I fell back from the edge, landing hard on the damp earth, my heart a wild animal trapped in my ribs. This wasn't a crash site. Crash sites are chaotic. They are scars of violence, debris fields of shredded metal, and shattered components spread over a wide area. This was an arrangement. The 5 planes were positioned in a nearly perfect 5-pointed star, their noses pointed inward toward a central, empty space. It was deliberate, a formation, as if they had simply landed here, in perfect unison, and settled to the bottom. And the condition, my God, they should have been skeletons, eaten away by 80 years of submersion in the acidic, tannic water of the Everglades. They should have been covered in a thick, shroud of algae and sediment, their aluminum skins pitted and corroded. But they were pristine. The dark blue paint of the U.S. Navy was not faded. I could almost make out the White Star and bar insignia on a wing, its colors muted, but clear through the shifting rainbow light. They looked like museum pieces, carefully lowered into the water yesterday. My mistake, the one that now felt like a fatal flaw, was in my certainty. I had approached this place with a textbook explanation for a natural phenomenon. I had seen the rainbow swamp and assumed the cause was decaying vegetation. I failed to consider that the phenomenon might not be the result of decay, but the cause of it. The beautiful, hypnotic colors were not a symptom of nature at work. They were a symptom of something else entirely. A strange radiation. A leakage from a wound in the very fabric of the world, with these 5 planes at its heart. The Everglades don't just swallow things. Sometimes they hold them. They preserve them in a pocket of wrongness, a place where the laws of physics have been suspended, forever broadcasting their final, confused moments. The silence pressed in on me again, no longer empty but filled with a terrible, waiting presence. The slow, rhythmic pulse of the light in the water seemed to be getting stronger, or perhaps I was just becoming more attuned to it. It felt like an inhalation and an exhalation, the slow breathing of some vast, sleeping entity. And with it came a sound. It wasn't a sound in my ears, but a sound inside my skull, a faint crackle of static, the ghost of a radio signal struggling to resolve itself from noise. A man's voice, tinny and laced with a rising panic. Can't see the sun. Both my compasses are out. The words were fragmented, distorted, like a recording played on a dying machine. But the terror was perfectly clear. Don't know where we are. We must have gotten turned around. I scrambled backward on my hands and knees, away from the water, away from the voice in my head. My hand brushed against my sample kit, and a new, colder wave of fear washed over me. I had come here to take samples. The thought of dipping a bottle into that water, of capturing that light, of bringing a piece of this wrongness back with me, was horrifying. What was this energy? What had it done to the pilots? What was it doing to me right now? The disorientation, the vertigo, the equipment failure. It was a contagion. This place was sick, and I had exposed myself to it. My training and my instincts were now at war. The scientist in me screamed to document, to record, to understand this unprecedented anomaly. This was the discovery of a lifetime, a phenomenon that would rewrite textbooks. But the ranger, the animal part of my brain that understood survival, screamed one clear word: run. Survival won. I got to my feet, my legs unsteady, and turned my back on the pool. I didn't look back. I was afraid that if I did, I would see something else in the water. A face in a cockpit. A hand pressed against the glass. I focused on my airboat, 20 feet away, looking like a relic from another, saner world. Every step was a struggle. The air felt thick, like I was wading through syrup. The silence was a physical weight. The familiar landscape of sawgrass and cypress was now alien, menacing. The shadows under the mangrove roots seemed darker, deeper. Was something watching me from the tree line? Was the silence not an absence of life, but a sign that all other life had fled? I reached the airboat, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and practically fell into the pilot's seat. My hands shook so violently I could barely fit the key into the ignition. I turned it. A click. A whine. Nothing. The engine that had been so reliable, that had carried me deep into this wilderness, was as dead as my radio. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I was stranded. Stranded in a place where direction had no meaning, where technology failed, where the dead spoke in my head. I closed my eyes and pressed my forehead against the steering yoke.
No. No, no, no.
I whispered, the words a desperate prayer. I took a breath. I tried again. I turned the key and held it, feeding a little gas, begging the machine to work. The engine sputtered. It coughed, a cloud of black smoke erupting from the exhaust. It caught. It faltered. Then, with a deafening roar, that was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard, it roared to life. I didn't hesitate. I slammed the throttle forward, and the airboat leaped away from the bank, its fan throwing up a spray of mud and water. I spun the rudder, turning the boat in a wide, frantic arc, and aimed it back the way I had come. For a single, terrible second, my gaze was pulled back toward the pool. The rainbow glow was still there, a silent, beautiful, malevolent jewel in the heart of the swamp. It seemed to pulse once, a slow, knowing farewell, before I tore my eyes away and focused only on the endless river of grass ahead. I was fleeing, running for my life from a ghost story that had turned out to be terrifyingly, impossibly real. Time, for a scientist, is a measurable quantity. It is the decay of isotopes, the swing of a pendulum, the steady march of seconds into minutes into hours. But in that moment, kneeling at the edge of the glowing water, time ceased to function. It became a thick, viscous fluid, stretching into an eternity as I stared at the impossible shapes below. My first thought was one of frantic, desperate denial. Refraction. The strange, luminous quality of the water must be distorting sunken logs, twisting the familiar shapes of cypress roots into a pareidolia of mechanical parts. The mind sees what it expects to see. And my mind, primed by the local folklore and the inexplicable failure of my equipment, was projecting a fantasy onto the mundane. I was a biologist, a pragmatist. I was not the kind of person who found ghost planes in a swamp. I squeezed my eyes shut, took a deep, shuddering breath that did, to calm the frantic hammering in my chest, and opened them again. I forced myself to be methodical, to observe, to catalog. I focused on a single point, tracing the outline of one of the objects. There was the unmistakable blunt nose of a military aircraft, the straight, powerful line of a wing, the greenhouse-like canopy of the cockpit, the tail assembly with its vertical stabilizer. It was, without any doubt, a Grumman TBM Avenger. The same model as the lost planes of Flight 19. My brain, a repository of facts and figures, supplied the data unbidden wingspan, 54 feet, length 40 feet, engine, a Wright R2600 twin, cyclone radial, a relic of a bygone era. My gaze shifted. To the left of the first plane was another, and another, and another. My breath hitched. I crawled slowly along the muddy bank, my scientific detachment shattering with every foot. My mind was no longer cataloging. It was counting. 1, 2, 3, 5. There were 5 of them. 5 TBM Avengers. Resting on the bottom of this impossible pool. The vertigo returned with a vengeance. A dizzying, nauseating spin that made the solid ground feel like the deck of a ship in a storm. I fell back from the edge, landing hard on the damp earth, my heart a wild animal trapped in my ribs. This wasn't a crash site. Crash sites are chaotic. They are scars of violence, debris fields of shredded metal, and shattered components spread over a wide area. This was an arrangement. The 5 planes were positioned in a nearly perfect 5. Pointed star, their noses pointed inward toward a central, empty space. It was deliberate, a formation, as if they had simply landed here, in perfect unison, and settled to the bottom. And the condition? My God, the condition. They should have been skeletons, eaten away by 80 years of submersion in the acidic, tannic water of the Everglades. They should have been covered in a thick shroud of algae and sediment, their aluminum skins pitted and corroded, but they were pristine. The dark blue paint of the U.S. Navy was not faded. I could almost make out the white star and bar insignia on a wing, its colors muted but clear through the shifting rainbow light. They looked like museum pieces, carefully lowered into the water yesterday. My mistake, the one that now felt like a fatal flaw, was in my certainty. I had approached this place of a textbook explanation for a natural phenomenon. I had seen the rainbow swamp and assumed the cause was decaying vegetation. I failed to consider that the phenomenon might be the result of decay, but the cause of it. The beautiful, hypnotic colors were not a symptom of nature at work. They were a symptom of something else entirely. A strange radiation, a leakage from a wound in the very fabric of the world, with these 5 planes at its heart. The Everglades don't just swallow things. Sometimes they hold them. They preserve them in a pocket of wrongness, a place where the laws of physics have been suspended, forever broadcasting their final, confused moments. The silence pressed in on me again, no longer empty, but filled with a terrible, waiting presence. The slow, rhythmic pulse of the light in the water seemed to be getting stronger, or perhaps I was just becoming more attuned to it. It felt like an inhalation and an exhalation, the slow breathing of some vast, sleeping entity. And with it came a sound. It wasn't a sound in my ears, but a sound inside my skull, a faint crackle of static. The ghost of a radio signal struggling to resolve itself from noise. A man's voice, tinny and laced with a rising panic. Can't see the sun. Both my compasses are out. The words were fragmented, distorted, like a recording played on a dying machine, but the terror was perfectly clear. Don't know where we are. We must have gotten turned around. I scrambled backward on my hands and knees, away from the water, away from the voice in my head. My hand brushed against my sample kit, and a new, colder wave of fear washed over me. I had come here to take samples. The thought of dipping a bottle into that water, of capturing that light, of bringing a piece of this this wrongness back with me, was horrifying. What was this energy? What had it done to the pilots? What was it doing to me right now? The disorientation, the vertigo, the equipment failure. It was a contagion. This place was sick, and I had exposed myself to it. My training and my instincts were now at war. The scientist in me screamed to document, to record, to understand this unprecedented anomaly. This was the discovery of a lifetime, a phenomenon that would rewrite textbooks. But the ranger, the animal part of my brain that understood survival, screamed one clear word: run. Survival won. I got to my feet, my legs unsteady, and turned my back on the pool. I didn't look back. I was afraid that if I did, I would see something else in the water. A face in a cockpit. A hand pressed against the glass. I focused on my airboat, 20 feet away, looking like a relic from another, saner world. Every step was a struggle. The air felt thick, like I was wading through syrup. The silence was a physical weight. The familiar landscape of sawgrass and cypress was now alien, menacing. The shadows under the mangrove roots seemed darker, deeper. Was something watching me from the tree line? Was the silence not an absence of life, but a sign that all other life had fled? I reached the airboat, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and practically fell into the pilot's seat. My hands shook so violently I could barely fit the key into the ignition. I turned it. A click. A whine. Nothing. The engine that had been so reliable, that had carried me deep into this wilderness, was as dead as my radio. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I was stranded. Stranded in a place where direction had no meaning, where technology failed, where the dead spoke in my head. I closed my eyes and pressed my forehead against the steering yoke. No, 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 I whispered. The words a desperate prayer. I took a breath. I tried again. I turned the key and held it, feeding a little gas, begging the machine to work. The engine sputtered. It coughed, a cloud of black smoke erupting from the exhaust. It caught. It faltered. Then, with a deafening roar that was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard, it roared to life. I didn't hesitate. I slammed the throttle forward, and the airboat leaped away from the bank, its fan throwing up a spray of mud and water. I spun the rudder, turning the boat in a wide, frantic arc, and aimed it back the way I had come. For a single, terrible second, my gaze was pulled back toward the pool. The rainbow glow was still there, a silent, beautiful, malevolent jewel in the heart of the swamp. It seemed to pulse once, a slow, knowing farewell, before I tore my eyes away and focused only on the endless river of grass ahead. I was fleeing, running for my life from a ghost story that had turned out to be terrifyingly, impossibly real. The journey back was a blur of panic and adrenaline. I didn't navigate, I fled. I kept the throttle of the airboat pushed to its maximum, the engine screaming in protest as we skimmed over the water and sawgrass. The world I had known my entire professional life, a landscape I could read like a map, had become a hostile, alien territory. Every ripple on the water looked like the beginning of that terrible, prismatic glow. Every shadow thrown by a cypress dome seemed to hide a silent observer. The familiar calls of ospreys and herons sounded like warnings. The air itself, once a comforting blanket of humid life, felt charged with a menacing energy, and the phantom crackle of radio static still echoed at the edges of my hearing. I didn't trust my senses. Was the sky truly the right shade of blue? Was the sun in the correct position? The disorientation lingered, deep-seated, sickness that went beyond mere physical symptoms. It was a metaphysical vertigo, a feeling that the world itself was no longer securely anchored. It was late afternoon when the familiar outline of the main ranger station appeared on the horizon. The sight of the corrugated metal roofs and the radio tower, symbols of order and human logic, brought a wave of relief so intense it almost buckled my knees. I guided the airboat to the dock with shaking hands, cutting the engine and letting the sudden silence wash over me. For a moment, I just sat there, listening to the normal sounds of the station, the hum of the generator, the distant chatter of my colleagues, the clinking of tools from the maintenance shed. These were the sounds of reality, a reality I had nearly lost. My supervisor, a grizzled veteran named Dave Chen, was the first to meet me. He took one look at my face, pale, streaked with mud, my eyes wide with a terror I couldn't hide, and his usual gruff demeanor softened with concern. "Sophia, what the hell happened to you? You look like you've seen a ghost." The question hung in the air between us. How could I answer that? I saw something worse, Dave. I saw a ghost story that was real. I saw 5 ghost planes in a radioactive pool that breaks the laws of physics. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I just shook my head, the tremors starting in my hands again. I mumbled something about engine trouble, dehydration, getting turned around. It was a weak, pathetic lie, and we both knew it. He helped me out of the boat, his hand steady on my arm, and walked me toward the main building, his questions ceasing as he recognized the profound shock I was in. That night, I sat in my small office, the sterile fluorescent lights humming above me, and tried to write my field report. It is a sacred ritual for a scientist, the translation of experience into objective data. Date, time, location, objective. I filled in the easy parts. But when I got to the section titled Observations, my fingers froze over the keyboard. What could I possibly write? Observe localized spatio-temporal anomaly. Encountered 5 I-5 pristine TBM Avenger aircraft, believed to be the missing Flight 19, submerged in a pool of unknown luminous liquid, which appears to disrupt electromagnetic fields and induce auditory and vestibular hallucinations. It was insane. It was the kind of report that would get me a mandatory psychiatric evaluation and a permanent desk job, far away from the wilderness I loved. My entire career, my reputation, my identity as a rational, evidence-based scientist was built on a foundation that could not support the weight of what I had seen. I stared at the blank screen, the cursor blinking patiently, and felt a chasm open up between my life before that day and my life now. I had crossed a boundary and could never go back. In the end, I wrote a simple, cowardly report. Uncountered severe engine and equipment malfunction in Sector Gamma 7. GPS and radio non-operational. Magnetic compass unreliable. Aborted sampling mission due to unsafe conditions. Recommend temporary restriction of Sector Gamma. 7 pending equipment diagnostic. It was the truth, but it was a shallow, hollow version of it. A lie of omission that felt like a betrayal of my scientific soul. Sleep, when it finally came, offered no escape. My dreams were a chaotic swirl of pulsing rainbow light and the terrified voices of the lost pilots. I saw the faces of the young men in the cockpits, their eyes wide not with fear of a crash, but with sheer, uncomprehending disbelief at the world dissolving around them. I saw the ocean below them turn from blue to a swirling, oily spectrum of impossible color. I felt the sickening lurch as their planes flew not just off course, but out of our world entirely, slipping through a wound in reality to come to rest in that quiet, waiting pool in the Everglades. I woke up with my own scream, caught in my throat, my heart pounding, the phantom static crackling in my ears. It has been 3 weeks since that day. I do my job. I count the birds, I test the water, I file the reports. But something is broken. The certainty that once anchored me is gone, replaced by a terrifying awareness of how fragile the rules of our world truly are. I look at the Everglades, this place I thought I knew, and I see it with new eyes. It is no longer just a river of grass. It is a place of immense power and ancient mystery, a landscape that holds secrets far older and stranger than humanity. I see the subtle weirdness I once dismissed as folklore, and I understand it now as the surface ripples of a much deeper, unseen current. I have not been back to Sector Gamma 7. It is officially off limits, marked on the park maps as an area of unexplained magnetic interference. No one asks questions. In the Everglades, some places are simply left alone. But I know it's still there. Sometimes, on a clear night when the air is still, I think I can see a faint, colorful glow on the northwestern horizon. A soft, pulsing light like a beacon or a heartbeat. My mistake was in my scientific arrogance. I believed that the things I couldn't measure didn't exist. I failed to understand that in some places, the natural world is just a thin veil, and what lies beneath is not meant for human eyes. The rainbow swamp wasn't a product of decay. It was a scar, a wound in the world, left by the passage of 5 planes that flew too close to a reality not their own. They didn't crash in the ocean. They crashed here. And they are still here, preserved in a pocket of wrongness, forever broadcasting their final, confused moments into the heart of the swamp. And I, a scientist who deals in facts, am now the unwilling keeper of a truth that can never be told. A truth that whispers to me in the silence, between the heartbeats of the Everglades.